Omnic reacts faster to the ramp, taking a quick early lead in the series. Omnic is simply faster to the trigger today, continuing that strong start from the ramp. He's taking a surprisingly firm grip on the series. Zef has converted an impressive 26-9 record over the last day, and looking at the history, he's usually the one who comes out on top in this specific pairing. It'll be interesting to see if that statistical edge finally takes over the server. Omnic is dominant, pushing a commanding 3-1 lead. The lower rated player of the two is certainly playing with confidence right now. Omnic is really putting on a clinic from that window position. The higher ranked player is really struggling to find answers. Absolute control from the favorite, and he just keeps extending this lead. He's completely flipped the script from their last meeting. A completely untouched duel, extending his lead to 6-1. Zeth finally finds his mark, picking the opponent off the ramp to secure a round. Omnic has clearly forgotten about his shaky 17-19 record from the last day. It's a huge shift in energy considering he's usually the one trailing in this pairing. Zeth is now facing a very dangerous uphill climb. Omnic is just relentless, now sitting pretty at 8-2. A tough spot for the higher rated man in this series. Omnic clears the ramp with a tight burst to bring the score to 9-2. Quite a different outcome compared to their last encounter on this map. Omnic holds a massive 10-2 lead going into the break. Well, it's a complete reversal of their usual head-to-head history. Zef is simply not reacting in time to stop this momentum right now. Time to switch it up. Zef earns another, barely denting that 10-3 deficit. He's fighting to get back to his usual form. Zef is starting to claw his way back, showing some real grit from the ramp. Just another glimpse of that long-term H2H edge for the higher-seeded man. Omnic quickly shuts down that mini rally to stay in complete control here. Just a few hours ago, the outcome was the opposite. Zeth is refusing to go quietly. He's picking up these rounds and keeping himself in the game. It's a clash of styles, given their mixed results lately. A lightning-fast reaction there, putting him one step away from victory. Omnic is making a strong case for himself today. Zeth manages to tear through the defense and knocks him off the ramp. The pressure is really mounting on the seed tonight. What a finish! He closes things out with a perfect shot to seal the victory. Zeth's previous dominance just evaporated in that one. He had all the momentum coming into this, but he couldn't stop the bleeding. Emotion mid-Lancer holds a clear lead in their overall head-to-head record with 48 wins over Omnic, but that might be a distraction since the historical edge is often irrelevant when you look at recent momentum. It'll be interesting to see if that overall confidence helps Lancer close this out quickly. Emotion mid. Lancer just can't be stopped, taking another one to sweep these first three. It's a complete reversal from their last meeting on Blame Redline. Omnic earns his first round from the ramp to put up a fight. He's definitely not intimidated by the higher seed today. He's showing a lot of heart, clawing back another one to keep this close. He is certainly playing like the underdog today. Unbelievable. He's completely leveled the score, putting a total halt to the early momentum. The pre-match expectations are looking very different now. Lancer shuts the door on that rally to reclaim a one-round advantage. A huge shift from that tough 11-13 loss they had yesterday. Both players were dealing damage, but Omnic outlasted him to bring the score back to even. This has become a complete toss-up heading into the next sequence. He's proving incredibly tough to break, claiming another one to take the lead. Absolute mayhem. Both of them were shredding each other's health, but he just barely scrapes through to tie things up. A tough stretch lately for the favorite, but he's staying afloat. Lancer barely edges ahead again, pulling out to 6-5. A strong performance from Omnic today, but he's not quite there yet. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's definitely playing like the favorite here. Omnic is staying in the game, but Lancer's superior map win rate is starting to show through. Fresh start for both players. Lancer's recent overall form has been rough, coming in with a 10-25 record over the last day. But that's a stark contrast to the way he's dominating the current server. He is completely ignoring those past struggles to build a real buffer here. Simply untouchable. Lancer takes a clean round to extend the gap and keeps this roll going. His higher rank is practically invisible right now. A completely effortless round for Lancer, who looks entirely in control of this match right now. He's really putting the pressure on despite the lower seed. He's absolutely on fire right now, moving within a single round of the victory. Lancer is playing with an incredible amount of confidence right now. A huge relief for Omnic, who manages to dig in and break that momentum. That was a fast response to keep the fight going. What a finish! He shuts it down right there to secure the victory. He really stood his ground throughout this set, just refusing to let the game slip away. What a scramble. Both players were practically dead, but Zeth just barely edges out the first of the match. Unreal, he barely hangs on with a sliver of health to keep the momentum going. A totally clean finish as he puts together a commanding lead early on. He's proving why he holds the higher seed in this one. Lancer shows a bit of grit here, shutting that door and bringing the score to 3-1. Lancer is definitely playing like he's not intimidated by the favorite today. Zeth has a strong history here, winning 60% of their career meetings. It's clear he's used that mental advantage to put himself in control of the early game. Now the pressure is really on Lancer to find a way back into this. Lancer manages to scramble and put that one away from the wine crates. The match looks to be mirroring their previous meeting on Blame map. Both players were trading heavy damage, but he manages to push through and secure another one. Lancer is proving he can hang with the top of the ladder today. Zeth is really putting on a show here, using those wine crates to maintain a solid gap. Lancer is showing some real heart, taking that trade completely unscathed. The gap in their rankings is barely showing right now. A lightning fast response from Lancer, who is continuing this push before we head into the break. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the underdog is really making this a tough fight. He's holding his ground and ignoring the map stats that gave Lancer the edge before the start. Lancer needs a strong response here. Zeth has a strong day going with a 25-10 record in the last 24 hours, and he's clearly using that confidence to keep the pressure on. It's really surprising to see him so composed considering his low historic win rate here. Absolute chaos there, he survives a brutal trade by the narrowest of margins to keep this fight alive. Lancer is really refusing to let the game slip away. That was an effortless peak, keeping the pressure on and clawing right back into this. Zeth was too fast for him there, picking him right off the wine. Lancer is fighting uphill against a higher seed right now. Zeth keeps his grip with a 3-round cushion. Zeth has been the more consistent one of the two today. Lancer is not going away, shutting down that attempt with a superb shot. A real test of nerve for the favorite right now. Zeth is really starting to tighten the noose here. He's just a few steps away from closing this out. What a shutdown. He puts an immediate stop to that rally and is now just a single round away from victory. Boom! Zeth closes it out right here and secures the victory. He definitely played the role of the favorite here, and it's just another huge win for him today. Zeth has a significant career lead over Omnic with 330 total wins. It's interesting because he's entering this match as the stronger player on paper. But his confidence might be shaken after that recent loss to Omnic. We'll see if he can reclaim his usual control here. Omnic has the momentum now, leading 2-1. Zeth is definitely dealing with a tough start today. We've got a real deadlock on our hands. Neither of these two can seem to pull away from the other. A clean set of eyes for both of them now. Omnic holds a narrow lead as we enter round 5. He's putting that recent 13-6 victory to good use. Omnic is really dominating a 4-2 lead right now. That's a really fast set of rounds from the trailing seed. Things are tightening up. Zeth is clawing back just in time to keep this a one-round game. He's keeping that an impressive 26-10 daily record in mind. Absolute parity now. We're deadlocked at 4 apiece. Looking at the rating gap, he's still the one to beat today. Zeth is on fire, taking a tight lead as his momentum builds. He's looking much more comfortable than that 13-6 loss on fast aim. He's just untouchable right now, securing his 4th straight round without taking any damage. The ladder gap is starting to manifest in a big way. A messy exchange there, but Omnic manages to come out on top. Omnic is fighting hard to neutralize the head-to-head disadvantage. We are all square at 6-6. I mean, it's basically a toss-up right now. Both players are proving they can handle the pressure, especially since Omnic has managed to stop Zeth from running away with the lead. New sides, new... Zeth claims the advantage, edging ahead 7-6. His experience in these high-stakes duels really seems to be paying off. Zeth is clearly in a great spot today, having won 26 rounds in his last few matches. It's a stark contrast to Omnic, who's barely breaking even in his latest series. If this momentum continues, the favorite will be very hard to stop. He's completely shut the door on that rally, taking his 4th straight to extend the lead. He's really capitalizing on a significant map-specific advantage here. What a scramble! He barely walked away from that brawl with his life, extending his streak to 5. He's certainly playing like the higher-seeded player here. He's simply in a different gear now, closing in on the victory with a 6th straight round. What a finale! He survives a total war on his health bar to close it out. He's finally got his revenge for that earlier loss, proving why he's the superior player on this map. Lancer holds a clear advantage in the head-to-head with 49 wins, and honestly, he's traditionally the one to beat in this rivalry. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can maintain this early pressure to overturn that trend. Omnic is staring down a 2-1 lead right now. The lower-ranked player is certainly making his voice heard. The momentum has completely shifted. Omnic started strong, but Lancer has completely flipped the script. Absolutely incredible. Omnic barely scrapes through a chaotic exchange to take the lead. He's really fighting for every single percentage of health today. Omnic is just dominating, pushing his lead to 4-2. He's certainly playing to his higher seed so far. That's 3 in a row for Omnic, who is looking absolutely untouchable right now. He simply refuses to let up, securing another clean win to extend his lead to 6. Lancer finds his footing, shutting things down from the box to keep himself in the fight. A critical moment to stabilize his footing. Omnic has a much stronger overall win rate over his last 10 games compared to Lancer's 30%. And that current form is clearly translating into a huge advantage today. It's becoming a real uphill battle for the favorite to close this gap. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Well, Lancer is really struggling to find his footing here. We expected the veteran to control the pace, but the underdog is actually in charge right now. Time to see if Lancer responds. A gritty struggle here, but he outlasts the exchange to close the gap further. Lancer is finally showing the kind of consistency we expected from him. Omnic reacts quickly to the height advantage and takes Lancer down from that box. It's impressive to see his current resilience, given he's had a rough day overall. Omnic is still firmly in control at 9-6. A stark contrast to that 13-6 result they saw earlier. Omnic keeps the pressure on, quickly knocking Lancer off the box to stay in control. Lancer puts him away quickly, managing to pull him right off that box. He's managed a decent 18-19 record across the series today. That was a lightning fast reaction. Omnic is just out peeking him right now. Lancer is chipping away at that lead, making this a much closer contest than we expected. He's fighting through a really tough day of results. A decisive sequence of shots allows Omnic to seize the advantage and move within striking distance of victory. He's clearly the one in form today. What a scramble! Both players were shredded in that exchange, but he managed to secure the kill. Omnic really needed a cleaner exit than that to stay firmly in the driver's seat. He's refusing to go down quietly, securing another fast win to keep this dream alive. He's putting on a genuine clinic to stay in this series. Unbelievable! Lancer survives a heavy exchange to keep the comeback rolling. A huge shift in the air compared to where we started. He's simply too fast. Another round secured for Lancer, and we are headed to overtime. Absolute chaos of a tiebreaker to bring us here. Omnic answers back instantly, shutting down the momentum to move one step closer to victory. The higher seed is really stepping up in the clutch. Lancer is really struggling to put a stop to this current run. A massive shift from the 13-6 blowout he suffered earlier. Omnic puts a stop to the comeback attempt by picking him off the box. The veteran is really struggling to close out the series. Lancer delivers a flawless burst to keep the pressure mounting in this overtime thriller. It's a huge mental test for the top-seeded player right now. Lancer refuses to break, digging in from that box to keep himself in this fight. He's really capitalizing on the pressure at this stage. What an ending! Omnic survives a brutal slugfest to close out the map. That was a total war of attrition in overtime. He really had to dig deep to finally get a win over the veteran. What a battle! Lancer opens the scoring with a clean get on Zeth while he was pushing from the ramp. Zeth gets a nice return there, capitalizing on that ramp position to bring the game back to a tie. His overall head-to-head dominance is starting to show. Zeth has clearly established a strong hold over this opponent with a historical win rate of 60%. That psychological edge seems to be translating into the server right now. We'll see if Lancer can shake off this slow start. Zeth just puts on a clinic from the ramp, totally taking over this game. Lancer's recent form has been tough to shake today. The momentum has completely shifted and he's just unstoppable right now. Zeth is proving his higher rating today. Lancer gets back in the fight with a clean response. He's managed to push through a rough start today. Lancer secures another one from the ramp, showing great resolve to close the gap. The pressure is clearly starting to mount for the higher seed. Lancer is simply on fire, picking him off the ramp to tighten the gap significantly. The underdog is making a huge statement here. What a turnaround! Lancer is now completely in control, leveling the score at 5-5. Zeth really needs to find a way to answer back here. Zeth puts a stop to that run, reclaiming a slim lead heading into the mid-game break. A huge breath of air for him to take into the break. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, Lancer is supposed to be the stronger player here, but Zeth is holding his own. His recent 25-10 run over the last day seems to be paying off. Time to see who blinks first. Zeth is really starting to pull ahead with a 3-round lead. It's a bit surprising given that Lancer usually carries the advantage on this map. The current momentum clearly favors Zeth as he looks to close this out. A long standoff that finally broke in favor of Zeth, who takes 0 damage on the play. Lancer is really struggling to find any footing tonight. He's completely run away with this, extending the lead to an 11-5 stranglehold. A dominant run, mirroring his last encounter with Lancer today. A quick exchange here, and he finally finds a way to break the momentum. Lancer's showing a bit more grit here despite that rank 36 spot. Lancer is really digging in here, refusing to let this match slip away. Lancer is on a tear now, putting together a 3-game skid to narrow the deficit. Zeth shuts down that comeback attempt immediately and is now just 1 round away from the win. A scramble from the ramp and he just barely manages to secure the kill. The composure he's showing in this spot is seriously impressive. He's not going away converting another huge fight from the ramp. He's finally found a way to disrupt Zeth's pace. Boom! He secures the final hit from the window to close out the series. Lancer really pushed him to the limit, but he just couldn't close those gaps when it counted. He'll be gutted. What a fight! Zeth has controlled the historical rivalry with a 331-290 head-to-head lead, but he can't seem to shake the memory of their last meeting together. It'll be interesting to see if the favorite can actually stabilize here. Omnic is really finding his rhythm, leading 2-1. He certainly has the better run of form lately. These opening exchanges are just blinking by. We're seeing some incredibly fast reactions from both of them. The higher rated player is struggling to hold his ground early. Omnic is just dominating, pushing his lead to 4-1. He's playing well despite having a lower rating on the ladder. A sheer display of precision as the momentum fully swings toward the underdog. Zeth gets a quick response here to keep the score tight. He's definitely been playing his best game of the day so far. Zeth manages to secure the win from the Tetris, showing some real grit to keep this close. Zeth is starting to claw his way back into this. Absolute chaos there. Omnic survives on a sliver of health to take Zeth off the box. Unbelievable how he walked away from that encounter. A completely effortless finish that keeps the pressure on for the home favorite. Zeth is putting up some huge numbers today with 26 wins in the last day, and honestly, we're seeing that top tier form translate to his overall play. He's definitely finding his confidence though. He'll need to shut down Omnic's current run to avoid a huge upset. We head into the break with Omnic holding a 7-5 lead. I mean, the higher rated player is clearly feeling the pressure right now. Omnic is fighting back hard and putting Zeth on the defensive early on. Zeth is showing a lot of heart right now, shutting down the opposition in a clean exchange. It's a tough spot for the favorite to be in. Omnic still holds a slender 2-point advantage here. A real battle of nerves as the underdog stays composed. Omnic is towering over the scoreline at 9-6. He's definitely leaning into a more confident style today. He's digging deep now, showing some real tenacity to narrow that gap. He's definitely fighting a steep uphill battle after that disastrous start. He's really refusing to fold, simply erasing his opponent from that Tetris platform. The gap in the standings is starting to feel irrelevant right now. Omnic maintains a tight 2-round cushion at 10-8. He's really fighting back after that tough loss to Zeth earlier today. Omnic is really putting the squeeze on the favorite right now, building a commanding lead. Another strong sequence for the favorite, who is really showing some grit to keep himself in this fight. His mental game is holding up under immense pressure. Omnic puts himself in the driver's seat, just a single step away from victory. He's really playing the role of the spoiler today. Zeth refuses to go quietly, shutting down the momentum as he claws back into this fight. And there it is. Omnic secures the final encounter and claims the victory. Zeth had a fantastic day going until this point, but he just couldn't close out the deal. What a fight! Lancer currently holds the historical edge in their head-to-head meetings, winning over half of their previous matches. The problem is that he's entering this series on a 3-game losing streak. It'll be tough to reverse that momentum if he can't find a way to shut down Omnic's current run. He's just too fast, claiming another round to push the deficit to 3. Simply irresistible right now. He's taking full control of this opening set. A gritty fight here, but Lancer manages to dig deep and get the win. The lower seeded player has been remarkably consistent today. Omnic is just dominating a 5-1 lead here. The higher seeded player is really putting on a clinic here. A really clean read from Lancer, using that height to his advantage. A crucial step toward erasing the memory of that recent defeat. He's showing some real grit here, continuing his climb back into the game. He's starting to play like the favorite now. Lancer has been having a rough time lately, going 9-26 over the last day. So yeah, Omnic is really capitalizing on that lack of confidence. He looks significantly more comfortable in these exchanges right now. Lancer keeps the pressure on, closing in just before the mid-match break. He's finally starting to look like that favored player we expected. We're all tied up at 6-6 heading into the break. Well, this is exactly how we expected it to go. Both players are fighting tooth and nail, and it's essentially a coin flip right now. Time to see who blinks first. He's refusing to back down, taking a commanding lead as he continues his impressive charge. The confidence is clearly returning with every engage. He's just not letting up, firmly securing that 2-round lead. He's completely flipped the script on how this day started. The tide has completely turned and he's now firmly in the driver's seat. The skill gap between these two is practically non-existent right now. Omnic quickly shuts him down off the wine, proving he's still very much in this fight. The underdog has a very strong will to survive today. He isn't letting up, keeping this rally going and narrowing the gap. The pressure is really mounting for the favorite here. A lightning fast reaction here, keeping his lead intact with a huge effortless pick. Absolutely flawless efficiency from Lancer, putting a definitive stop to the opposing rally. Absolute perfection. He's on the verge of closing this out after a stunning comeback. Omnic manages to scrape this one out, delaying the inevitable just a bit longer. The underdog is refusing to go quiet today. Omnic keeps the rally alive, managing to secure another round in a tight exchange. A tight fight, considering the rating gap we saw on the ladder. What an unbelievable turnaround. Lancer closes the door and seals the series with a massive victory. He really had to fight through that middle slump to get this one across the line. Such a grinding effort. What a match. Zeth holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history with 45 total wins over Lancer. It's surprising to see him starting slowly, given he's been the more consistent player in their previous meetings. We'll see if he can shake off these early nerves. A total scramble for that ramp, and Zeth manages to come out on top to even things up. He's certainly putting that rating advantage to use. Lancer has the edge now, leading 2-1. That's a solid start for the man sitting lower on the ladder. Lancer is simply dominating, pushing a massive 3-1 lead. He's really making the most of this server today. Zeth just barely edged him out there, managing to clear Lancer right off the ramp. He is showing a bit more confidence now after his recent victory over Lancer. We've hit a dead heat at 3-all. Lancer is definitely feeling the weight of that rough 10-26 run today. Lancer was too quick for him, shutting down Zeth's attempt to hold the ramp. He's certainly finding a way to disrupt his opponent's flow. Lancer is really putting the pressure on right now, refusing to let Zeth get any traction. He's really defying the expectations for this series. Unbelievable. Zeth barely survives with a sliver of health after outlasting Lancer on that ramp. Total hard stopper to see him clutch that out. What a battle! Zeth pulls through on the ramp with a single health point to equalize the score. He's looking much more comfortable than he did in that first set. Absolutely frantic exchange there. He manages to edge out the victory just before the break. This is how he played during that 13-10 win on Fast Aim. We're all squared up at 6-all. I mean, Lancer has really held his own here despite the pressure. He's playing well and is currently fighting off the momentum from Zeth's recent hot streak. Time to see who blinks first. Zeth takes the lead, pushing ahead 7-6. He is certainly playing with a lot of confidence after a strong 26-9 run today. Zeth makes a quick move on Lancer, catching him right as he tried to hold the ramp. The gap in their current ladder positions is starting to show. Lancer holds that ramp tight and keeps this series incredibly close. He's fighting a tough uphill climb relative to those ratings. What a close one. He nearly goes down, but claws back to tie this series up. A quick, clean finish to keep things perfectly level. He's completely taken over the pace now, racking up 3 consecutive points. The momentum has shifted entirely toward the underdog. A quick answer from Zeth, bringing this all the way back to a tie. Just a total reset of the scoreline as we head into the final stretch. Zeth is really capitalizing on that high ground right now, putting some serious pressure on Lancer. He's completely shifted the energy of this match, claiming his 3rd straight round. Lancer just can't seem to find an answer for him right now. Absolute mastery from Zeth right now, putting himself just 1 round away from the victory. Lancer is just completely outmatched at this stage of the game. Lancer keeps his hopes alive, showing great grit to stop that momentum swing. Lancer is refusing to just hand over this series. And there it is. Zeth closes the door with a perfectly clean final shot to secure the series. He really had to dig deep to keep those low HP scrambles in his favor tonight. It was a total grind. He had to work for that. Zeth has controlled this rivalry with a career win rate of 53%. He's been the dominant force historically, but it's worth noting that Omnic actually took their most recent encounter. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can reclaim that edge today. Zeth is firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. The favorite is definitely playing his way back into the lead. Omnic is really playing with some speed right now, just ending that round in a blink. Both players are staying true to their map averages here. Zeth makes a great choice with the high ground and secures another narrow lead. He's definitely found his confidence after that earlier clash with Lancer. Zeth is just rolling right now, leading 4-2. A really strong pace for the number 25 ranked man. He's simply too fast, walking away with an effortless 3-round streak. His current form is on full display today. Omnic puts up a fight and finally answers back, cutting the lead to 2. He's definitely not making this an easy day for the favorite. He's starting to mount a real challenge here, keeping his foot on the gas. The underdog is refusing to back down in this set. A huge turnaround. He's erased that early deficit to bring us completely level. It's a complete stalemate heading into the final stretch of the half. Zeth snaps back into control to push his lead forward. We're deadlocked at 6-6 going into the break. I mean, this is exactly the kind of tight struggle we expected from these two. Both players look sharp, so it's anyone's game coming back from the switch. Fresh start from here. A completely untouched round for Omnic, who continues to claw his way back into this match. The underdog is looking incredibly comfortable with this lead. Zeth answers back, and we are tied up again. The two of them are nearly identical in performance on this map. Zeth just nudges ahead by a single round. He's looking much stronger than in that last match they played. The momentum shifts completely back to Zeth, who has now claimed 3 consecutive rounds. He looks much more composed than he did against the 31st seed earlier. He's just completely outclassing his opponent right now, extending that run to 4 straight. What a reflex. He puts an end to that run and keeps his hopes alive. A huge relief for the underdog to finally break that spell. Zeth is really putting the pressure on now, leaving Omnic with plenty of ground to make up. A rapid response from Omnic, showcasing some real grit to stay in the fight. A total shutdown there, leaving Zeth just 1 round shy of victory. A tight spot for the lower ranked player to navigate. A flawless response to keep things moving, showing some serious resolve here. Omnic refuses to go quietly, keeping this series alive with another clutch victory. He is making a serious case for the upset today. Absolute chaos. We are headed to overtime after that stunning display of resilience. Exactly the kind of pressure we've seen from him in recent weeks. He's just in another gear now, taking full control with a lightning-fast victory. He's completely flipped the script on his higher-ranked opponent. Zeth responds instantly, erasing that momentum shift to bring this deadlock to a fever pitch. Zeth is making this look easy, just taking over the momentum as he pulls ahead again. That is a massive turnaround for him, given how the day started. Omnic is showing an incredible amount of grit, keeping the pressure high to stay tied at 14-14. Just a sheer battle of wills as this thing extends further. A lightning fast reaction there to put Zeph back in the lead. A perfect shot from the box, and now Omnic has the match point. The nerves have to be absolutely shredding right now. Zeth needs a huge reply at 15-16. Omnic pushes his lead to 17, putting Zeth in a hole. The pressure is getting unbearable for Zeth right now. Zeth just keeps fighting back, now trailing 16-17. He's looking very sharp with an impressive 26 wins today. And we're back to a dead heat at 17 all. He's really digging deep and putting that 1458 rating on display. Zeth takes the edge back, leading 18-17. It's a huge mountain to climb for anyone facing the higher seed. Zeth earns a comfy 2-round cushion now. He finally gets the revenge he wanted after that previous loss. Omnic really pushed him to the brink in overtime, but he just couldn't close the door. What a series! Lancer owns the historical head-to-head with a strong 54% win rate against Omnic. Well, it seems like that mental edge is translating into an early advantage here. We'll see if Omnic can actually challenge the favorite this time. Lancer is just cruising right now with a 2-0 lead. Omnic is definitely struggling to push back after that loss in Italy. Omnic finally claws one back, making it 2-1. He's definitely playing like the higher rated player on the map. The momentum has completely shifted. Omnic has wiped the slate clean and is now firmly in control. Lancer barely escapes the pressure to lead 3-2. Omnic is currently holding the higher spot on the ladder. Lancer's pulling away again to hit a 4-2 lead. He's really punishing that 34% career average. This is shaping up to be a real grind. Neither player can seem to keep a lead for long. Omnic fights back to tie things up at 4-all. The underdog is looking very comfortable in this set. Lancer takes a slim edge, moving ahead 5-4. He's had a rough stretch today, but he's finding a way here. We've got a deadlock on our hands. It's a complete toss-up right now as they head into the final stretch of the half. This is looking more like a fair fight now. Lancer grabs another crucial round to push the lead to 6-5. A really clean ending to that encounter. We're all squared up at 6-all, and honestly this matches the high expectations for the top seed. Lancer has the map experience, but Omnic is proving he can hold his own. Time to see who blinks first. Lancer edges ahead once more to make it 7-6. The lower ranked player is really stepping up here. Lancer is putting on a strong display right now with a 10-25 record today. It's a massive bounce back for him after that frustrating loss to Zeth in their previous encounter. He's really starting to seize control here. Lancer is starting to run away with it. 9-7. It's a total stalemate right now, with neither player able to put together a real run. The rating advantage for Omnic is starting to look real. And just like that, Omnic levels the playing field at 9 apiece. It's a complete toss-up as they battle back to a stalemate. Lancer breaks the deadlock to grab a 10-9 advantage. The higher ranked player is feeling the pressure now. Omnic needs to find a way to shut this down quickly, or the match is going to slip right through his fingers. Everything is coming down to the wire. We're looking at a dead heat heading into the final stages. Lancer manages to win that fight, putting himself on match point. The momentum is tilting heavily toward the favorite right now. What a finish! He closes this out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He really kept his composure in those late game scrambles, despite how hard the other guy was pushing. Hard fought win. Zeph enters this server with a dominant head-to-head record of 46-29 over Lancer. It's clear that psychological edge is paying off as he continues to outduel his opponent. I wonder if Lancer can find a way to shake that trend today. Zeph is just cruising along with a 2-0 lead. Lancer's struggles continue after a tough 11-24 run today. Lancer claws back one to keep the dream alive. Lancer is certainly showing he can hold his own today. Lancer is taking control of the momentum here, quickly erasing Zeph's early advantage. A surprising turn for the lower rated player to be this precise. Zeth holds a thin lead at 3-2. The favorite is really starting to put on the pressure. And just like that, Lancer ties it up at 3-all. The ladder gaps are practically non-existent at this point. What a fight! Zeth barely scrapes through that exchange from the Tetris blocks, reclaiming a slim lead. Zeth looks like he's really in form after that 26-9 run today. Zeth has clearly mastered the specific matchup dynamics here, having secured 61% of their lifetime meetings. While Lancer typically carries the edge on this particular map, his general struggles throughout the day are weighing him down. Well, it seems like he's just not finding the consistency needed to close the gap. Lancer is refusing to go away, keeping the pressure high to close the gap. It's a different story compared to his results earlier this week. Zeth has a commanding 3-round cushion right now. It's a tough spot for the lower ranked player to climb back from. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Right, he's defying the expectations here. Despite Lancer having the historical map advantage, Zeth is playing with too much confidence for his opponent to match. Time to see if Lancer adjusts. A completely untouched victory for the underdog as he keeps fighting to bridge this gap. Lancer is quickly stabilizing the score here. Zeth pushes back ahead, now leading 8-6. The higher rated player is staying sharp here. Lancer continues to show great spirit, refusing to let Zeth slip away with the match. That was a crisp sequence to keep the score tight. Zeth utilized that high ground to perfection, keeping his lead intact. Exactly what you'd expect from a top half player in this bracket. Lancer finally breaks that momentum, walking away completely unscathed after a tense exchange. This is a far cry from the struggle he had in that 7-13 loss to Jake. Lancer is absolutely refusing to fold, drilling him off the ramp to tie this up at 9-9. Lancer is playing with a completely different energy now. Lancer has completely seized the initiative, taking a 1-round lead and a massive swing in momentum. Zeth answers back from the ramp to bring the score level again. An absolute deadlock as they enter the final stretch. Zeth is really putting on the pressure now, using that boost to get a firm grip on the game. Just another strong showing after that 1917 victory over Omnic. He is simply untouchable right now, securing another clean kill to put himself one step away from victory. Lancer proves he's far from done, extending this gritty rally to stay in the game. He is proving he can compete despite the ranking difference. Absolutely incredible. Lancer forces a complete deadlock, pushing this an absolute nail-biter into overtime. Talk about a complete reversal of fortune in the final moments. Lancer is simply too hot right now, shutting everything down with another effortless win. He is really flipping the script on the expected outcome here. A complete shutout for Lancer, who is now just one step from claiming the series. The momentum has shifted entirely in this series. Zeth quickly responds to stop that slide and keeps the game going, refusing to let the match end in a landslide. Zeth is really picking up the pace now, delivering 2 lightning-fast rounds to reclaim his footing. That was a surgically clean finish to even things up. He's refusing to buckle under the pressure and now puts his opponent on the ropes. A complete shift in poise for the lower-ranked competitor. A huge response from Zeth, holding his ground to bring us back to a deadlock. Neither one is giving an inch as they fight for the upper hand. Zeth barely edges ahead, pulling out a narrow 16-15 lead. Lancer strikes back and we are deadlocked at 16 apiece. Zeth takes the lead again, moving ahead 17-16. His recent form is a massive jump from Lancer's last few games. Zeth pulls out further ahead, now leading by 2. That's a total reversal from his early result against Zeth's Spear Jacks. Zeth is widening the gap to 3 rounds. He really dug deep for that one. Lancer almost stole the series with that incredible mid-match run, but it just wasn't enough to stop the momentum swing. Hard-fought win. Zeth holds a strong historical advantage with over 300 more total wins than his opponent. And that success usually carries over into their head-to-head meetings. It will be interesting to see if Omni can actually flip the script today. Zeth is starting to put some pressure on, using that high ground to his advantage. Omnic has had a tough run today, sitting at 16 and 20 overall. We're all square now as Zeth and Omnic reset. A crucial moment for the lower rated player to find some confidence. Omnic takes a commanding 3-2 lead. It's a bit of a turnaround for a player who struggled lately. These two are completely locked in. Every single round is essentially a coin flip right now. Zeth claws back into a 4-3 lead here. Zeth is really capitalizing on a hot run today. Now, it's a dead heat at 4 apiece. A big result for Omnic, considering his recent struggles today. The momentum has completely shifted. Omnic is really starting to seize control of the match here. That was a complete shutdown. He's totally in control now. He's really shaken off those losses from earlier today. He's completely outclassing him right now, closing in on a huge lead before the players head to the break. Omnic heads into the break with a 7-5 lead, and honestly, he is playing way above his rank right now. Zeth has a much better track record on Italy, but he's struggling to keep up with the pace. Let's see if Zeth wakes up. Zeth has been on a tear today with a 26-9 record over the last day, and honestly, it's shocking to see him trailing this much given that current form. Omnic is fighting a massive uphill battle historically, so he'll need to keep up this pressure to hold the lead. Omnic is just relentless, pushing ahead to a 9-5 lead. A huge shift from how their last meeting on the dunes played out. Zeth has an answer for everything today, including that high ground position on the wine. An incredibly fast exchange to get the round back. He's showing a lot of heart right now, putting together a strong surge to close the gap. He's finally starting to play like the favorite in this matchup. He's just unstoppable right now, taking full control as the tide continues to turn. Pure composure from the favorite as the match tightens up. What a turnaround! He's completely erased that deficit to bring us level. Omnic secures a tidy victory from the wine to reclaim the lead. A strong mental reset for someone coming off those recent losses. Zeth is simply refusing to go away, bringing this set perfectly level. Zeth is simply refusing to buckle, moving within 2 rounds of a victory. This is exactly why he entered as the favorite. He's completely taken over this match and is just 1 round away from closing it out. He's really making a statement after that shaky start. A crucial stand by Omnic, who just blew right through Zeth on the wine. That was an incredibly sharp read to stop the bleeding. Absolute perfection from Omnic to force a deadlock, pushing us straight into overtime. Rarely do we see the Member 32 player hold their own like this. What a display of grit. Zeth just picks him off the wine to reclaim the lead. That was a lightning fast exchange to get the lead back. He's on fire right now, walking away with a perfect set of health and another round in his pocket. He's playing with a huge amount of confidence right now. This is becoming a real dogfight. Neither one can seem to put the other away for good. A huge effort from someone coming off a rocky stretch in his last few games. Omnic is really picking up some speed here, which is a dangerous sign for Zeth. Pure persistence from the rank 32 player. A completely one-sided affair this time, putting Omnic just one round away from victory. A tough spot for the higher-rated player to be in. What a way to shake off those 3 straight losses. The pressure is mounting for the underdog in this nail-biter. Omnic keeps a slim 1-point edge at 16-15. Omnic extends his buffer to a 17-15 lead. Zeth narrows it down to 16-17 after a huge play. He's certainly not looking like the underdog in this specific clash. Omnic is holding strong with an 18-16 advantage. He is consistently proving why he belongs in this tier. Zeth is breathing down his neck at 17-18. The gap in their skill level is practically non-existent right now. Omnic pushes his lead to 19-17 with that victory. He really clawed his way back from the brink to seal a massive upset here. What a performance. Omnic comes out swinging here, taking control of the server right from the start. What a scrap! He barely walks away from that trade, equalizing the set at 1 apiece. The head-to-head history definitely favors Lancer in this path. Unreal, he claws back from the brink of death to secure another win. Omnic is really struggling to keep a series going today. We're all square now. Lancer and Omnic are locked in. A nice shift in momentum for the slightly lower ranked player here. Omnic just sneaks into a slim lead, 3-2. The underdog is definitely putting on a show so far. These rounds are flying by. We've seen a real flurry of fast action from both of these players. He really knows how to navigate these head-to-heads. Lancer regains the edge, pushing it to 4-3. He looks a bit more comfortable than in those last couple of sets. The momentum has completely shifted as he secures a 3rd straight point. He really owns the head-to-head matchup in these pairings. He's just not letting up, taking a 4th straight point while barely breaking a sweat. He's really asserting himself as the favorite in this one. Omnic shows some real grit here, finally putting a stop to that run. He's definitely playing the role of the spoiler today. Lancer has a clear advantage with 51 wins in their head-to-head history. It's a massive mental edge that seems to be paying off. It really makes sense why he's feeling so confident in his calls right now. Let's see if he can close this out. Lancer heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, things are playing out exactly as the analysts predicted. He has the upper hand, though that 4-round stretch was really the only time we saw him pull away. Lancer's well in control now, leading 8-5. It's a mirror of their previous encounter where he claimed the victory. A desperate battle on this one, but Omnic outlasts him to close the gap. Lancer is definitely feeling the pressure now. Lancer pulls ahead again, now sitting at 9-6. The higher rated player is still searching for an answer here. Incredible! He barely survives that chaotic exchange, proving he has the nerve to stay in this contest. He's making it a real fight for every single point. He's really digging in, managing to pick Lancer off the ramp for another point. That was a much cleaner finish than the last exchange. He's completely rewritten the script, evening the series with another clean finish. Total reset on the scoreboard as we move forward. Tough scrap, but Lancer manages to secure the edge and reclaim a lead. His recent head-to-head success in this pair is really showing. Lancer is really starting to put his foot down as he pulls a 2-round lead. He's completely taken over this set, putting himself just one victory away from the win. His composure is exactly why he entered this match as the favorite. A brutal back and forth exchange, but the resilience of Omnic pays off as he secures this point. He is refusing to let this series slip away. He's simply too stubborn to go down, delivering a perfect finish to stay in this game. This sudden push puts a lot of weight on the favorite's shoulders. And there it is, a perfect closing shot sends the match home for Lancer. He really dug deep to survive those two close scrapes and hold on to his lead. Omnic fought hard for every point. What a fight! Zeph normally controls this rivalry, leading the head-to-head series with 47 wins. But the ratings gap might not mean as much as we think given how Lancer is playing today. Let's see if he can keep this pressure up. Both players fought for the high ground here, and Zeth managed to outduel him on that ramp. He's coming off an incredibly active day with 25 wins. Zeth has completely turned the tide, using that ramp position to grab the lead. Lancer struggled more across the board today while his opponent is flying. Lancer holds a slim edge with a 3-2 lead. He's really making a statement as the underdog here. We are deadlocked at 3 apiece, right back to square one. Lancer is definitely fighting a tough battle against the odds today. Unreal, he almost doesn't make it out alive, but Zeth takes the victory for the second straight round. He's really proving why the rating favors him in this one. Total parity now as Lancer brings it to 4-4. His opponent is certainly having the more productive day overall. Lancer tried to mirror the height, but Zeth just reacted faster in that ramp mirror match. Zeth really seems to have his number today. A perfect split. We're tied up at 5 apiece. This is definitely a closer contest than the rankings suggested. Zeth is really starting to separate himself here, quickly reclaiming the lead from the ramp. Zeth holds a 7-5 lead. Well, Lancer had the historical map advantage, but that hasn't played a part in this opening half. He'll need to tighten up to avoid the upset. Time for a quick reset. Lancer gets the better of him from that ramp, and we've got a total deadlock now. He's truly digging deep to fight back into this one. What a scramble! Lancer manages to scrape through and close the gap with a second straight victory. Lancer really clawed his way back to survive that fight. Zeth just edges back ahead, taking a narrow 8-7 lead. He's certainly making the most of that rating advantage today. Lancer strikes back and we're glued at 8-8. Lancer is truly refusing to fold in this encounter. Lancer is really moving with a purpose now, putting some distance between himself and his opponent. Absolute chaos as we hit a 9-9 stalemate. He's certainly leaning into that 25-10 performance from today. Zeth claws back in front, taking a tenuous 10-9 lead. He's certainly putting his rating to good use in this series. We're heading into the final stretch with absolutely no one giving an inch. Lancer is playing with an incredible amount of confidence right now. Zeth puts the pressure back on after clearing Lancer off those planks. Lancer is really fighting an uphill battle against the higher rank. Lancer is simply not letting Zeth breathe right now, forcing his way back into the driver's seat. Neither man is letting the other pull away from the pack. A cautious exchange that ended in Lancer's favor, putting him just 1 point away from the series win. He's really defying the expectations for this encounter. And that's it. Lancer cleans up the final fight to close out the match. He just wouldn't let the pressure get to him. A huge result for the lower rated player to come out on top. Truly an incredible shift. Zeth has an impressive historical lead with over 300 wins against Omnic. It's clear he's coming into this feeling confident, especially after that strong start. Now we see if he can turn today's momentum into another win. Zeth's absolutely cruising with a commanding 2-0 lead. Omnic has to shake off those losses to Lancer from earlier. Omnic claws one back, but Zeth still holds the lead. He needs to find his footing after those two recent defeats. Omnic has completely flipped the script here, taking control of the pace for the first time. Zeth has a decent 25-11 record so far today. Simply too fast this time, and that's a third straight for the challenger. His confidence is definitely high after taking that previous encounter on Italy. A total shutdown here as he plucks Zeth right off the box, extending his run to 4. He is simply too fast, securing a 5th consecutive win to put himself well ahead. A truly staggering run as he just keeps finding the mark to maintain this charge. He's simply unstoppable right now, securing another flawless encounter to push that gap even wider. Zeth finally puts an end to that brutal run of losses. That's a tough spot to be in for the favorite. Zeth is currently sitting at the 25-11 record today. It's clear the pressure is mounting since he's really struggled to convert that general success into results in this specific series. He needs to find a way to stabilize before this slips completely. Omnic holds a 9-3 lead heading into the break. Well, this is a huge surprise given the historical gap between these two. We expected a tighter contest, but Omnic is simply outclassing Zeth right now. Omnic looks totally dominant with a massive 10-3 lead. He's just not showing the usual dominance in the head-to-head matchup. The momentum has shifted entirely, and Omnic is just refusing to let Zeth get a foot back in the door. The lower-rated player is simply putting on a clinic right now. Zeth is really fighting to stay in this, showing he can still win those quick reactions from the high ground. Zeth is putting up a fight here, but he's still got a mountain to climb if he wants to flip this series. It's a tough spot for him after that loss to Lancer earlier. Goodness, he barely survives that one. He's just refused to back down as this streak hits 3. A precise shot that puts the pressure right back on Zeth, and now he's just one round from victory. What a result! Omnic secures the final kill to close out the series. He's making a huge statement today, proving those all-time head-to-head numbers don't mean a thing right now. clean start for Lancer, who used that ramp position to get the early advantage. Omnic had a chance to hold his ground, but Lancer is just outreacting him right now. The head-to-head history here really favors the aggressor. A complete shutdown from the ramp as he cruises to a 3-0 lead. Lancer has really owned the rivalry lately. He's just untouchable right now, taking a huge 4-round lead into the early stages. It's just another tough day at the office for the higher-ranked player. Lancer just can't be stopped, picking him right off the ramp for another one. He's definitely carrying that confidence over from their last encounter. Omnic finally finds an opening, securing a clear kill from the ramp. He's technically the higher-rated player of the two. Unbelievable endurance from Omnic, surviving a brutal fight on the ramp by a tiny margin. He's definitely showing why he's the higher rated player on the ladder. Simply flawless movement here as he extends his current run to 3 straight. The tide is turning quickly in this series. He's simply not letting up, powering through another round to pull within 1. He's proving that the pre-match predictions were a bit off. Lancer stops the momentum by catching him right off the ramp. He's got a strong handle on this specific matchup. Lancer has the clear advantage in the historical head-to-head, taking 55% of their total matches together. He's translating that dominance into a very comfortable lead today. It'll be interesting to see if he can seal the deal before the halftime break. Lancer heads into the break with an 8-4 lead, and honestly, everything is going exactly as planned for him. He just looks more comfortable on red line than Omnic does right now. Fresh start for Omnic here. Whoa, he barely survives that encounter, managing to clear the ramp with just a sliver of health left. He is definitely riding the momentum from their last encounter today. Lancer tried to play it safe on the ramp, but Omnic was simply too quick to punish that. He's fighting to close that narrow rating gap. A massive 10-5 lead puts Lancer in total control. He's really capitalizing on a strong run across his last few sets. Lancer is putting on a real clinic here, just shutting down any hope of a comeback. He seems to have this specific rivalry completely figured out. Lancer is still firmly in the driver's seat, though Omnic is making it a fight to stay in the game. The higher ranked player is fighting to get back into the mix. Lancer needs to put on the brakes here, as Omnic is starting to stack up some wins. Coming off that dominant 13-6 win over Seth earlier. He's completely ignited now, knocking Lancer off the ramp for another huge win. The momentum is shifting hard with every single encounter. He is simply on fire, taking another flawless round to close the gap even further. Lancer shuts down the comeback attempt with a huge call from the ramp. That's exactly the response he needed to keep his lead secure. A sheer display of raw skill to keep this dream alive and keep the deficit to just 2. That was a lightning fast exchange to tie the pressure back up. What a way to finish it! Lancer seals the victory and closes out the series right here. Omnic really pushed him to the limit in those final rounds, but he just couldn't close that last gap. He had to earn every bit of this one. Hard-fought win. Zeth holds a commanding 47-30 lead in their overall head-to-head history. It's interesting to see him finally lean into that psychological edge after dropping their last encounter. He'll want to keep that pressure high to secure this match. Zeft's now firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. Lancer is riding a wave of confidence right now after those 3 straight wins. Lancer is starting to turn the tide here, erasing that early lead in a matter of seconds. Lancer just can't be stopped right now, taking full control of the match. Hard to ignore the contrast in their form today. Lancer is just untouchable, extending his run to 4 straight. The favorite is really struggling to find any footing here. A huge response from Zeth, putting a stop to that long run. That's the first clean round for him after those 3 straight losses. We've hit a total stalemate with Zeth and Lancer tied up. The higher rated player is finally making his presence felt. What a fight! He barely survives that exchange to secure his 3rd straight victory. He's clearly moving past those losses to Omnic from earlier today. Lancer finds the opening quickly to bring everything back to a dead heat. The underranked player is showing plenty of grit here. Lancer is just too quick on the draw, picking Zeth right off the ramp to take the lead. A shaky run of form for the favorite today. Lancer heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Honestly, this is exactly how you'd expect it to go given his superior win rate on Orange. Zeth is still very much in the mix, but he's fighting uphill right now. Time to see who blinks first. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he somehow claws through with a tiny sliver of health left. He's certainly capitalizing on the momentum from those early wins today. Unreal. He barely clings to life after a brutal exchange to keep his hopes alive. He's really refusing to go down quietly today. Absolute insanity. He manages to outlast Zeth by the skin of his teeth in a complete slugfest. Lancer is currently maintaining a 3-win streak across his most recent appearances. It's clear he's carrying a massive amount of momentum into this phase of the match. He's playing with a level of confidence that Zeth is just unable to match right now. Lancer's firmly in control with a 3-round cushion now. Looking at the ladder, Zeth definitely holds the theoretical advantage here. He's keeping this rally alive, moving the gap back to just 2 rounds. The higher ranked player is finally clawing back into this contest. Lancer answers back immediately, keeping the pressure on and maintaining his grip on this series. This is going the same way as their previous clash today. Lancer just barely edges out that war of attrition to put himself on match point. Pure grit from the underdog to close that gap again. Zeth just needed a breath of air, and he finally gets it with a crisp headshot. It's an uphill battle for him, but Zeth knows he's the better player. He's simply too sharp right now, keeping this rally going with a perfect burst. Lancer's tight grip on the game is finally starting to slip. Lancer shuts the door with a perfect final shot to secure the victory. He really tightened up when it mattered, refusing to crumble under that pressure. A gutsy performance to keep the streak alive. What a fight! Zeth holds a clear historical advantage with a 53% win rate in their head-to-head matchups. And honestly, it's a strong foundation to build on, especially since he's generally the more consistent player on the ladder. Let's see if he can actually convert that legacy into a win today. Zeth just wipes him off the container to move a full 3 rounds ahead. A complete reversal from their previous meeting on the dunes. Omnic manages to find the gap and claws one back. He's definitely fighting to prove he belongs in this tier. Zeth is just dominating here, commanding a massive 4-1 lead. Zeth stays in total control at 5-1. It's a very different story compared to his last match on this map. Zeth has been on a tough run with a 4-loss streak in his most recent outings. It seems like he's struggling to keep his confidence up despite the current lead. I wonder if Omnic can use that psychological edge to close the gap. He's showing great resolve here, putting together 2 straight for himself. He's playing with a lot more urgency now. Zeth holds a comfy 6-3 cushion heading into round 9. The number 27 rated player is quickly regaining his footing. Unreal. He barely clings to life after that exchange but manages to squeeze out the win. The momentum is swinging back to the favorite here. Zeth extends his lead to 7-4 after that play. He's keeping the pressure on after a really tough day against Lancer. We go into the break with Zeth leading 7-5. I mean, this is exactly the kind of competitive start we expected from these two. Zeth is playing slightly better, which lines up with his higher ranking. Omnic has to answer back now. Zeth is pulling even further ahead at 8-5. That was an incredibly fast trade. He is really locking in after that rough start to the day. Omnic is refusing to fade away, showing some serious grit to keep this contest alive. That was a quick, decisive exchange. A tough slugfest this time, but he manages to dig deep and keep this round going. The gap is narrowing quickly now. A chaotic exchange of fire that ends in a complete deadlock at 8-all. Neither player is blinking first as we head into the home stretch. Absolutely surgical, he's just completely taken over the map to secure a 4-round burst. The surge is real as he outpaces the opposition to reach a 5-round streak. He's simply not letting up, moving one step closer to closing this out. He's simply untouchable right now, moving just 1 round away from victory. What a turnaround! He finishes the job with a spectacular 8-round run to secure the victory. Zeth had him on the ropes early, but that collapse at the end was just brutal to watch. Hard fought win. Lancer comes out swinging and puts him down right from the window. Lancer heads into this with a strong historical lead over Omnic. It's interesting because we're seeing the underdog push back early in this series. We'll have to see if Omnic can maintain this pressure. Omnic is really capitalizing on a bit of momentum right now, quickly shutting Lancer down in that window. We are all squared up now as they reset. The head-to-head history really favors the top side here. Lancer is really starting to separate himself here, and it's a clean pick from the ramp. Still a dead heat between Lancer and Omnic. The slightly higher rated player is holding his ground perfectly. Lancer is really leaning into that slight lead, putting an end to Omnic's hopes for a streak right there. Lancer has already secured 53 wins in their lifelong history together, and it's looking like that familiarity is giving him a distinct advantage today. He's clearly in control of the pace right now. Omnic manages to hold that window angle and brings the game right back to a deadlock. He's definitely showing he can hang with a highly rated opponent. Lancer is firmly in the driver's seat at 6-4. He's definitely playing with confidence after those 3 recent wins. Lancer is really pulling away now at 7-4. Coming off a solid victory over Zeth on this map an hour ago. Lancer takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, it's basically exactly what we predicted, given how much he owns this matchup. Omnic will need a huge switch to close this gap. Time for the switch. Lancer is just running away with this, leading 9-4. Tough break for Omnic, especially after that 13-8 result earlier. Lancer is just on a different level today, putting Omnic in a really tough spot with that shot from the ramp. That was a gritty scrap, but he manages to secure another victory and push the lead to 11-4. A tough spot for the higher rated man today. Omnic catches a break here, putting a stop to that slide. He's actually the higher rated man on the ladder. Omnic's eyes are wide open now, successfully holding that ramp for another close call. That's a huge confidence boost for him right now. Lancer just needs a single round, now after that effortless shutdown. He's truly playing like the frontrunner in this series. And there it is, Lancer closes it out with a perfectly placed shot to seal the series. Lancer's just on fire right now, and it's another huge win in the books for him today. Zeth holds a significant career lead with 47 wins over Lancer in their head-to-head history. It's interesting because Lancer has actually been the more consistent player in the short term. I wonder if that psychological edge is what's helping Zeth get off to a fast start here. Lancer makes a strong play from the box to bring this game back to a tie. His recent win against Omnic showed some seriously high peaks. Goodness, what a scramble! Zeth barely survives that exchange to extend his lead. That's another fight where he barely walked away. Lancer is hanging in there, trailing Zeth by just one. It's a look we've seen before, given how he's playing today. We've hit a deadlock with both players at 3. Lancer seems to have the upper hand since their last head-to-head meeting. Zeth is responding well, showing he can end these rounds almost instantly when he gets the first peak. Absolute nail-biter now, with Zeth and Lancer locked at 4. The favorite is really feeling the pressure right now. Lancer finally claims the lead, putting Zeth on the back foot. He is simply on fire right now, taking total control of the map. Lancer is continuing the momentum from his previous victory today. Lancer is completely shutting him down, keeping the surge going into the final round of the half. Lancer heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, this is exactly what we wanted to see from him. He looks comfortable on Dunes, utilizing that map experience to maintain a steady grip on the match. Time to see if Zeth wakes up. He's refusing to go quiet, showing some real grit to win this chaotic exchange. He needs to keep this energy to overcome the current deficit. He's found another way to clear the round, bringing the score dead even. Exactly what you'd expect from a player sitting in the top bracket. He claims another victory from the box and has completely flipped the script on this match. It's a complete turnaround from how the second half started. He's simply unstoppable, cruising to a 4-round streak and firmly in control of the match. Zeth is finally playing to his seed in this series. Lancer manages to outlast him in a messy firefight, halting that run. It's clear the momentum shift from their last encounter is still carrying over. We are completely tied up at 9 apiece. Lancer is really stacking up some serious wins against the field lately. Lancer claims another from the box, keeping this high-level run alive. That was an instant shutdown to bring his tally to 4 straight. Zeth is showing incredible resolve, taking his opponent down right off the box to close the gap. He needed to stop that bleeding right now. He's simply refusing to break, clawing his way back to a complete stalemate. It's getting a lot harder for the underdog to find a way through. He completely dismantles Lancer from the box to take the lead, and now he's just 1 round away from victory. The pressure is really starting to mount for Lancer now. Unbelievable! Lancer secures that victory from the Tetris to force a deadlock at 12 each. That's a huge weight off his shoulders after that last set. That's a perfect sequence for Zeth, putting himself back on top in this overtime fight. An incredibly fast turnaround for that exchange. Lancer is showing an incredible amount of speed in these exchanges lately. Incredible! He hangs on by a thread to take Lancer down off the box and pull ahead. He's really playing a dangerous game with his health today. Lancer shuts him down right off that high ground to keep things deadlocked. He's really leaning into that 70% recent form to stay alive. He just needed a clean peek, and that's exactly what he delivered to get himself within striking distance. What a finish! Zeth is the victor, storming back to close out the entire series. He really had to dig deep for that one, especially after how Lancer looked earlier in the set. He's definitely earned his place at the top of the bracket today. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we've got Zeth and Omnic facing off on Italy to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Zeth really owns the head-to-head history here with 332 total wins over Omnic. But we have to remember that Omnic actually took the victory in their most recent meeting. It will be interesting to see if that confidence carries through the first half. Omnic is quickly building a lead here. The higher rated player is definitely feeling the pressure. Everything is completely equal right now. We've got a total deadlock halfway through the fourth. Zeth claws back in front with a narrow lead. He's certainly looking to make up for that 8-13 loss earlier. Zeth and Omnic are locked in a fierce stalemate. The lower rated man is fighting back hard. Omnic is putting on a strong show right now, taking control of the match with these quick successes. It's a tough stretch for Zeth after that 16-14 win earlier. Neither man is budging. We're dead, even at 4 apiece. The higher rated side is making a play for control. Absolute chaos. Omnic manages to scrape through that exchange by the skin of his teeth. He's really fighting through the grit now. Zeth has maintained a solid 21-14 record over the last day, but he's clearly struggling to translate that overall form into results in this particular series. It's a concerning slide for the favorite if he can't find a way to break this momentum. We head into the break with a 6-6 tie. I mean, this is a perfect split given how closely matched these two are right now. Both players are fighting for every inch of ground here. Fresh start from here. Zeth takes the lead, putting him one step ahead. Zeth is looking more like the favorite now. Zeth pushes his advantage to 8-6. Omnic has struggled today, sitting at a flat 18-18 record. Omnic has the quicker reaction, this time flushing Zeth out from the wine area. That was a quick trade to get things back on track. Omnic has fought back to bring us level at 8-all. It's a complete toss-up right now with both players fighting for control. Zeth edges ahead again, reclaiming a slim one-round cushion. His overall map edge is starting to reflect in the gameplay. We're seeing some incredibly fast exchanges lately. Neither player is giving the other a second to even breathe. Omnic just edged ahead to a 10-9 lead. What an unbelievable scramble! Zeth barely manages to survive that exchange to bring the score dead even. That was an absolute nail-biter of a fight. Omnic is definitely gaining the upper hand as we enter the final stretch of this series. They're just trading blows at this point. This whole game has basically been a coin flip. Zeth secures the lead from the wine, putting himself just one round away from the win. The momentum has completely shifted in this series. What a response! Omnic shuts the door on that potential victory, forcing us into overtime. Zeth really needs to dig deep here, as he's just completely lost his lead in these closing moments. We're seeing that gap in the rankings practically disappear here. Neither of these two is willing to let the other have a comfortable lead in this overtime stretch. He's looking much more consistent compared to his loss against Lancer earlier. Zeth is putting a lot of pressure on now, putting 2 wins in a row on the board. The higher seed is finally starting to separate himself. He's just on fire right now, pushing his lead to 15-13 and putting himself in a prime position to close this out. Omnic claims this one from the wine to keep his hopes alive. He just needed that stop to keep the pressure on. A perfect read from Omnic to bring the tallies dead even. Absolute deadlock now, with neither side gaining a permanent edge. Zeth pulls ahead again to take a 16-15 grip. Pure chaos as Omnic forces a tie at 16. Zeth just managed to snatch back the advantage. Zeth is really showing a lot of grit with that 41% career win rate. Another tie. Zeth and Omnic are completely inseparable. Both players are fighting a tough battle to find the real break. Zeth holds a slim one-round edge at 18-17. Both players are absolutely refusing to blink as this marathon continues. They're perfectly matched again as it sits at 18-18. This feels like an endless battle between these two. Omnic just stole the lead with a 19-18 advantage. Zeth answers right back, tying things up at 19. Zeth finally breaks the deadlock to lead 2019. The ladder rankings are practically mirroring this close fight. Zeth and Omnic are stuck at 20 each. It is almost unbelievable how stubborn these two are being. Zeth moves ahead by a single point now. He's certainly proving why he entered this match with the edge. Unbelievable. Omnic manages to drag us back to a 21-all deadlock. Omnic manages to snatch the lead, 22-21. Omnic stretches his lead to 23-21. The tide has completely turned in this set. Omnic is really surging ahead with a 3-round cushion. A punishing sequence of rounds for the former favorite. Omnic keeps the pace, now leading 24-22. A huge mental test for the top-seeded player right now. Omnic is now commanding a 3-round cushion at 25-22. He really clawed back his way into the driver's seat just when it mattered most. A massive shift in momentum to seal it. He had to work for that. Lancer enters this one with a strong 54-43 lead in their head-to-head history. It feels like he really knows how to read this opponent. He's looking to turn that historical edge into another set of points today. Omnic claws back to make it a dead heat. The ratings between these two are actually quite close. Lancer regains the lead, putting the pressure back on Omnic. Lancer is definitely playing like the favorite here. This is a total stalemate right now. Neither player is able to string together a run. That was a lightning-fast exchange for a tie. Omnic takes a narrow lead at 3-2. The pressure is really building for the lower-rated side here. We're back on even ground at 3-3. Omnic is showing a bit more consistency in his overall game today. Omnic is really stepping up his game, putting Lancer on the defensive right now. The higher rated player is definitely finding his footing here. Omnic has really shaken off that rough start to the day. He's looking significantly more composed than he did in his earlier matches. It will be interesting to see if he can keep this momentum going through the halftime break. He's simply untouchable right now, claiming a third straight to widen the gap. An impressive turn of events for the lower-seeded player today. What a scramble. He barely survives that exchange to keep his streak alive. Lancer has typically had the upper hand in their previous encounters. Lancer secures a clean exchange from the boost to get back into this. His recent form has been considerably sharper over the last 10 games. Omnic holds a strong 8-4 lead as we head into the break. Well, the script has been flipped here. Lancer was supposed to control the pace, but he is currently struggling to keep up with the underdog. Lancer needs to find some answers. Lancer finally breaks the streak, bringing it to 5-8. He's been far more consistent in his last 10 appearances. Omnic is just dominant, pushing his lead to 9-5. He's putting that slight favorite status into question with every round. Lancer is refusing to let this slide away, keeping things interesting as we head deeper into the second half. A very patient exchange, but Lancer comes out completely unscathed to keep this rally going. The early favorite is finally starting to look like himself. Omnic keeps his distance with a commanding 10-7 lead. That was a sharp response to shut down the rally. Omnic is just relentless right now, shutting down Lancer even while he tried to hold the high ground. Just 2 more rounds for the trailing seed to wrap this up. He's simply in control, needing just 1 more round to secure the victory. Lancer earns a vital reprieve, keeping his hopes alive in this fight. He's fighting a steep uphill battle now. He's really cleaning up the side these last 2 rounds. Just completely outclassed him in that exchange. What a finish! Omnic shuts the door completely to secure the victory. He really puts a dent in that head-to-head record with this one. Just a huge result for the guy who's usually struggling against this opponent. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Zeth and Lancer are facing off on Mappas to see who comes out on top. We're taking a quick timeout here on Mappas, but we'll be right back with the action. And we are live again on Mappas with Zeth and Lancer still locked at 0-all. Zeth is holding a very strong head-to-head advantage with a 61% win rate over Lancer. That's a considerable gap when you consider how close their overall rankings are. It will be interesting to see if those historical trends hold up today. Zeth's really pulling away with a narrow 2-1 lead. Lancer is answering back immediately, making this a dead heat after just 4 rounds. Both of them were fighting for that same ramp space, but Zeth was just a hair faster. He looks quite comfortable today, coming off that narrow win on Dunes. Zeth has a solid cushion now, leading 4-2. Zeth is justifying his status as the heavy favorite here. Lancer close back to keep this 4-3 fight alive. Lancer is definitely pushing back against those early predictions. Zeth has played a massive number of matches with over 1300 on his record. He's proving that his experience here is paying off in this series. He's simply refusing to let Lancer build any real momentum. Zeth keeps a slim edge as we hit 5-4. Lancer is showing a lot of resilience after his earlier loss today. Unbelievable. Zeth barely scrapes through that exchange from the ramp to take a 6-4 lead. That's a rough hour for the man from rank 34. Lancer hangs in there, narrowing the gap to 6-5. The pressure is mounting as we approach the half. We've got a deadlock at 6-all. Well, Zeth is proving he can play the favorite today. It's been an incredibly tight start, and now it's just a matter of who can blink first in the second half. Time to see who wants it more. Lancer has finally seized the lead at 7-6. He's really shaking off that defeat from earlier this afternoon. Lancer is on a tear, extending his lead to 8-6. Lancer is really putting those higher ranking numbers to the test. Zeth needed to step up here, and he successfully halted Lancer's momentum. Lancer is definitely feeling the heat after that rough 14-21 day. Goodness, a total brawl. Zeth barely survives that exchange to level the score at 8-all. The momentum shift is palpable for the higher rated man today. A completely effortless exchange as the momentum swings heavily back to Zeth. Lancer finds his mark here to even things up completely. It's a total toss-up now, regardless of who the pundits like. Zeth pulls ahead again, leading 10-9. That was a lightning-fast exchange to take control. Lancer is starting to look really rattled. He just can't find a way to stop this latest surge from Zeth. Lancer just completely shut the door on that lead, bringing this right back to a one-round game. Absolute chaos there. Zeth barely walks away from that scrap to put himself one round away from victory. That was an incredibly tense fight for control of the ramp. A critical stop there for Lancer, keeping his hopes alive in this series. Lancer is refusing to go down without a fight. Lancer strikes again, forcing a tie and sending this absolute nail-biter into overtime. It is becoming a total war of attrition between these two. Lancer is absolutely on fire right now, crossing the finish line with an effortless third straight round. Lancer is really making a statement against the odds today. Lancer is simply unstoppable right now, securing his fourth straight victory with an effortless pop. It's a tough look for the higher rated player right now. Zeph finally answers back with a crisp headshot to stop the bleeding. A huge performance from him considering he's slightly higher on the ladder. He keeps his composure in a long fight to put the pressure squarely on Zeth. He is showing a lot of grit to stay in this series. A frantic scramble between the two, but Zeth manages to survive the exchange and hold the line. That was a nerve-wracking exchange for both of them. Zeth is surging forward again, securing another round to bring this clash back to a dead heat. Lancer just barely edges ahead, leading 16 to 15. Lancer pushes his advantage to a 2-round lead. Lancer is really capitalizing on his recent form from those last 10 games. Zeth cuts it close, trailing 17-16 now. The experience gap is starting to show in these deep waters. Absolute parity now. Zeth and Lancer are neck and neck. Lancer's higher all-time win rate isn't doing him any favors right now. Zeth takes a narrow lead, now sitting at 18. Zeth is really finding his footing in these late stages. Zeth extends his grip, now firmly ahead 19 to 17. Lancer poured everything he had into this, but he just couldn't close the door. It's an incredible performance to push it all the way into overtime. He really made Zeth sweat for every single point. What a series. Zeph has a clear historical advantage with a 53% win rate against his opponent. It's interesting to see that edge not translating into a lead right now. Omnic seems to be shaking off those old patterns and playing his own game today. Unbelievable. He barely survives that brawl to hold a 3-round lead. He's really keeping up that energy from their previous encounter. Absolutely ruthless. He's just completely shut out his opponent to start this game. Zeth answers back quickly, showing he's not out of this yet. Omnic definitely played the role of the favorite in their last head-to-head. Omnic has completely taken control, leading 5-1. The momentum shifted clearly after that Italy series they just finished. Looking at the overall rankings, Zeth is currently rated as the 28th best player in our league. It's a small gap between these two, but that's why he's fought back and managed to stay competitive here. I wonder if he can keep the pressure high enough to close the distance. Omnic is firmly in the driver's seat at 6-3. His current 50% form is showing up in a big way. The pace of these exchanges has picked up, and right now, everything is going Omnic's way. The momentum really carries over from that last Italy win. Omnic holds a commanding 7-4 lead now. He's certainly showing that his ranking is no coincidence. Omnic goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, Zeth usually looks stronger on this specific map, but he's simply struggling to put up any resistance right now. He needs a major adjustment to stop this slide. Time to see some movement from Zeth. Omnic is practically cruising with a massive 9-4 lead. He's absolutely dominating this set of games. Zeth finally grabs one, trimming the lead to 9-5. He had a tough time in that Italy series, but he's keeping his head. Omnic is really capitalizing on the quick exchanges right now, denying Zeth any chance to build any momentum. Omnic is just a hair's breadth from victory at 10-6. This matchup is barely separating the two of them on the ladder. Omnic is showing no signs of letting up. He's putting immense pressure on Zeth to find a response right now. Omnic shuts down that rally with a sharp finish to reach match point. He's certainly playing to the expectation of being the favorite here. A huge save there by Zeth, who just completely out-dueled his opponent. A huge burst of confidence from Zeth right when it matters. And there it is, a perfectly clean final strike to seal the victory for Omnic. He really proved he's the stronger player today, completely dismantling Zeth despite the map usually being a better fit for the other guy. Lancer holds a steady historical edge with 54 head-to-head wins over Omnic. It's a matchup he usually controls, but he's coming in with a bit of a slump after dropping his last few series. I'm curious to see if he can actually keep this lead. A clean sweep for Lancer as he secures another from the box. Lancer has certainly shaken off those recent losses before this series. Omnic responds instantly, showing some real grit to cut into that lead. He's fighting through a tough start today. He's refusing to go away, continuing this push to close the gap. A surprising turn of events for the pre-match favorite. Lancer still keeps a 2-round cushion here. He's showing more resilience than he did in their previous set. Both of them fought for the high ground this time, but Lancer was just a hair quicker. He's completely taken over this match, extending the streak to 3 straight. The pressure is mounting for the lower rated side here. Unreal, he clings to life by a thread to shut Lancer down and salvage the round. He's managed to stay consistent with his recent form today. Omnic keeps the momentum swinging in his favor, securing another straight round for himself. He is starting to look like the dangerous threat we expected. Lancer is back in control, making a quick play from that elevated position to shake things up. The higher seeded player is starting to assert himself. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. You know, he's playing exactly how we expected the favorite to start. He's in control of the tempo, though Omnic is definitely putting up a fight. Time to swap sides. Omnic is sitting on a nice 19-16 record over the last day. It's definitely making him a much more dangerous opponent than Lancer's head-to-head lead suggests. He'll need to keep that confidence high to close this gap. Lancer pulls ahead once more, holding a commanding 9-6 lead. It's a tough mental spot for Omnic to be in. He's staying in this fight, taking the round without losing a single point of health. That was an incredibly crisp sequence to win the exchange. Lancer regains a 3-round advantage, leading 10-7. A tough way to start the second half for the higher rated player. Lancer is just too fast today, effortlessly claiming that high ground once again to pull further away. He's completely seized control of the map, putting himself in a position to end this right now. Lancer is just completely locking down this side of the map. What a finish! Lancer closes it out and secures the victory. That was a needed result for him, snapping that losing streak and proving he's still the man to beat in this rivalry. Zeth strikes first, catching Lancer right on the wine to open the map. Zeth has traditionally owned this rivalry with a 61% head-to-head win rate. It's fascinating because Lancer usually carries a higher overall win percentage across his career. He needs to figure out a way to break this psychological barrier. Zeth just cleared that wine spot, and he's really starting to put some pressure on Lancer early. The higher seed is really asserting himself here. Lancer barely scrapes through that one, winning an absolutely chaotic trade of fire. Lancer is clearly leaning on that strong 60% recent form. Zeth keeps the momentum, pulling ahead to a 4-2 lead. He's proving to be the more reliable force throughout the day. What a scramble. Lancer barely walks away from that shootout with a sliver of health left. Absolute luck on that one, barely holding on. Zeth is currently dealing with a rough stretch, having won only 30% of his last 10 games. It's surprising to see him in such a dominant position, considering how poorly he's played lately. He really looks like he's turned a corner here. He's just not letting up, securing another effortless round to widen that gap. Lancer answers back quickly, picking him off the wine for a clean win. Zeth takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, we expected Lancer to have the upper hand here. He's struggling to hold his own against a player who has clearly found a way to outduel him today. Lancer needs a spark here. Lancer strikes back, but Zeth still holds an 8-5 grip. He's starting to look like the favorite the odds predicted. Zeth's now comfortably perched at 9-5. He's really making the most of his 1916 run today. Zeth is just teleporting across the screen lately. He's putting Lancer in a really deep hole. Another untouched round for the leader, who is simply refusing to let this match slide. Lancer is really struggling to capitalize on his map experience here. Lancer secures the win from the wine with a lightning-fast shot. He's finally utilizing that historical map advantage. He recovers instantly to put a firm grip on this game. A prompt response to put the pressure right back on the challenger. Lancer manages to secure another point, refusing to let the match end quietly. He's certainly fighting for a way back into this one. Unbelievable! Zeth shuts the door with the perfect finish to secure the victory. He really just cruised through that one. Lancer tried to claw back late, but he was never truly in control. Omnic reacts faster and catches Zeth while he was still positioning on the ramp. Omnic is really starting this series strong, putting immense pressure on Zeth right out of the gate. His head-to-head advantage is starting to feel like a distant memory. Zeth managed to shut him down on the ramp, effectively neutralizing that early momentum from Omnic. The favorite is starting to find his footing in this set. We've hit a dead hit at 2 apiece. Coming off a strong set against Lancer, he's clearly in a good spot. Unbelievable. He just completely dismantled his opponent in a blink. Another point for Zeth from the ramp. He's simply not letting up. This is a complete reversal from their previous clash on Orange. A brutal exchange that saw both players lighting up the board, but Zeth just keeps on winning. It is a complete flip from that close match he had with Lancer. Omnic is showing a lot of grit here, clearing him off the ramp with a clean finish. That's a gutsy response to keep the deficit manageable. Omnic is refusing to crumble, quickly picking Zeth off the window to close the gap. The underdog is putting up a real fight right now. Absolute brilliance! He's completely overturned the early lead to bring us back to a dead even score. He's on fire right now, taking a 4th straight round and completely shifting the tide. We're headed to the break with Omnic leading 7-5. It's a nail-biter so far. Both of these guys are playing exactly to their level, mirroring each other with those long runs of rounds. Let's see who settles in first. He keeps the momentum flowing, completely erasing Zeth in a flash. It's getting harder for the favorite to claw back into this. Omnic is just too steady right now, walking away from that exchange without losing a single point of health. He's putting that higher ranking to good use right now. He's simply not stopping, continuing this charge to put a massive grip on the map. The seed gap is really starting to show through in this series. Zeth puts up a strong response to keep things interesting. He's fighting hard to get back to that historical lead. Zeth holds a clear edge in the long-term rivalry with over 300 head-to-head wins. And honestly, this current surge looks like he's finally reclaiming that historical dominance. He's really putting on the pressure now. That was a slower pace, but he comes out perfectly intact to reach match point. Omnic is proving why he's higher on the ladder today. Zeth delivers a sharp response, picking his opponent right off the ramp. He really needed to shake that off before the final push. What a way to close it! Omnic finishes the series with a total shutdown to secure the victory. He's really claiming the upper hand in this rivalry lately, taking a 2nd straight win over the veteran. Lancer comes out on top early, quickly cleaning up Omnic as he tried to hold the ramp. Goodness, that was a scrap. Omnic manages to scrape through that exchange with just a sliver of health. Lancer holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history with 55 total wins. He's clearly feeling comfortable against this opponent. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can flip the script here. We've got a dead heat now with Lancer and Omnic tied at 2 apiece. He's definitely putting his higher ladder rank to use. Lancer is really making the most of that ramp for cover, managing to secure another narrow win. Lancer is certainly playing to his role as the favorite here. Lancer is pulling away now, leading it 4-2. He's managing to reverse the result from their very last meeting. Omnic manages to outplay him and takes the round back, keeping this series very tight. Both of these guys have had a long day of matches. Lancer is comfortably extending that gap to 5-3. Omnic has had a lot of games today, with 17 losses so far. Lancer was just too quick there, catching Omnic while he was still climbing the ramp. Omnic claims the ramp and secures another round as he continues to narrow the gap. That was a much cleaner engagement from him. He's refusing to back down as we head toward the break. Lancer is definitely feeling the pressure now. Lancer holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. Well, the favorite has the edge for now though. Omnic is definitely staying in the fight despite his lower map win rate. Time for a fresh start. Unbelievable. Lancer barely walks away from that slugfest with almost nothing left in the tank. Omnic is trying to shake off that rough 1917 stretch today. Lancer has a solid 48% success rate on this map. It's providing a really strong foundation for him to build on today. He is simply too composed right now for Omnic to find an answer. Lancer dominates the scoreboard with a commanding 10-6. These exchanges are getting shorter and shorter. Omnic just doesn't have the reaction time right now. Lancer is simply on fire, moving just a step ahead to reach match point. The skill gap is becoming very apparent here. Absolute perfection. He shuts the door on the series right here to walk away with the victory. He just completely outclassed him today, showing exactly why he's the one historically dominating this rivalry. Zeth holds a huge 50-30 lead in their head-to-head history, and honestly, that track record is exactly why he went into this as the clear favorite. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can keep the pressure on after that strong start. Zeth claws back the lead, pushing ahead 2-1. He's certainly looking confident after that 13-7 result they shared earlier. Lancer was too quick for him there, effortlessly pulling that shot off from below to tie things up. Lancer takes a narrow lead, putting Zeth on the ropes. The lower rated player is really making a statement right now. Lancer is just too sharp right now, taking control of the map with 3 straight rounds. Zeth is clearly struggling to find any consistency right now. Unbelievable, Zeth survives by a thread after fighting his way out from the ramp. That was an absolute nail-biter for the crowd. Lancer has really converted his experience into a strong showing today, as we can see by that 60% success rate over his last 10 matches. He's clearly in a better place than Zeth right now. We have to see if Zeth can find a way to shift the momentum before this slides too far. Lancer is really capitalizing on his opportunities, easily picking Zeth off the boost to keep the lead. Lancer is comfortably ahead, holding a solid 7-4 advantage. The lower rated player is definitely making a point today. Lancer goes into the break with a 7-5 cushion. I mean, it's a very standard start for someone with such a high map win rate. He's playing with plenty of poise right now. Time for a clean slate. He manages to hold that boost advantage, showing some real grit to keep this fight alive. The favorite is finally starting to look like himself again. He's completely shifted the energy here, locking in another round to bring the series back to a dead heat. Lancer secures a strong vantage point on that boost to regain the advantage. Lancer is certainly putting on a clinic for those with a lower ranking. A huge response from Zeth to bring this back to a dead even 8-all. It's becoming a total toss-up now. Zeth is simply refusing to back down, taking a lead again after that strong surge. He's simply on fire right now, completing a hat-trick of rounds to seize a commanding lead. The momentum is shifting back to where the odds makers expected it. Lancer puts a stop to that run, keeping himself well within striking distance. The gap in the rankings isn't telling the whole story here. Zeth is showing incredible heart, snapping back into gear with an effortless headshot to extend his lead. He's just not letting up, putting himself on match point after a tenacious push back into the lead. He looks far more relaxed than he did in that early struggle. What a way to finish! Zeth shuts the door on this series with a brilliant final sequence. Lancer really gave him a run for his money in the middle of this, but he just couldn't close it out in the end. Zeth holds a commanding lead in their overall head-to-head with 332 total wins. It's a clear mental edge he's bringing into this series. It will be interesting to see if Omnic can find a way to flip that narrative today. Absolutely chaotic trade. Omnic barely clings to life to secure the round. Both of these guys are fighting hard with similar records today. Goodness, what a brawl! Omnic scrapes through that exchange to level the score. The momentum shift mirrors their most recent clash on fast aim. What an incredible run of form. He's completely taken over this series. His recent performance against Lancer shows he can fight back. A total shutout. He's on fire now, taking a lead of 2. Despite the struggle, Zeth normally has the upper hand on this surface. He just cannot be stopped. That's 5 in a row for Omnic. He's playing with a lot of confidence right now. Unreal! He manages to survive a brutal exchange with barely a sliver of health left. His form is significantly higher than it's been in the last 10. A complete steamroll now as the momentum just keeps building in his favor. A complete slugfest of a round, yet he still finds a way to come out on top. Zeth's consistency has been a bit shaky across his matches today. Simply ruthless, dropping Zeth right off the ramp to extend this streak to 9. The underdog is really making a statement in this one. Omnic takes a huge lead at 10-2, and honestly he's just completely dismantled Zeth so far. We expected a close fight, but that 10-round streak has shifted the entire energy of this match. Time for Zeth to find a spark. Omnic is just relentlessly fast today, ending this round in a blink of an eye. This really looks like a repeat of their clash on fast aim. Zeth is showing some resilience here, refusing to just fold despite the deficit. Omnic puts the pressure back on, moving just one step away from the victory. The favorite is really struggling to close any gaps today. Zeth manages to scramble for a win here, keeping his hopes alive for now. He's definitely starting to dig in his heels now. He's not going down without a fight, securing another round to stay in this. He's fighting for his life, but the gap is still wide. He's just untouchable right now, cleaning up another round to keep this rally going. He's finally starting to play like the favorite we expected. He's simply refusing to break, keeping this rally alive with another quick flick. It's essentially a whole new match now. A total lockdown. He's now won 5 straight and the pressure is mounting for Omnic. What a finish! Omnic closes the door and takes the series. He really kept his cool despite that late push, proving he's got the mental game to handle the heat. Lancer really owns this head-to-head with 56% of their career meetings going his way, and honestly it's a bit surprising to see the favorite start off on the back foot. I wonder if Omnic can use this lead to break that historical cycle. Omnic is holding a slim 2-1 lead right now. Coming off a rough 14-21 day, he's fighting to stabilize. Omnic is really putting the pressure on here, looking very comfortable as he builds on this lead. Absolute chaos in that exchange, and somehow he manages to survive with a sliver of health. He's definitely finding some confidence after that strong set against Zeth. Lancer answers back immediately, refusing to let the deficit get any larger. He's playing for a stronger start than his recent outings suggest. He's finding his footing now, chipping away at that early gap. The momentum is shifting toward the favorite now. What a turnaround! He's completely erased the deficit to bring this match all the way back to a dead heat. The momentum shift is complete, with Lancer now leading the series after an intense firefight. The skill gap between these two is really starting to surface. A cleaner exchange this time, bringing things back to a dead even split. It's a clean slate for both of them moving into the next one. Omnic just edges ahead, reclaiming a 1-round lead. Omnic really seems to be capitalizing on his superior rating here. We've got a 7-5 lead for Omnic heading into the break, and honestly, it's quite a shock. The underdog is fighting his way to a potential upset right now, despite Lancer usually holding a strong historical advantage. Let's see if Lancer can rally. He stays sharp and fast, erasing another bit of that early deficit with an effortless peak. He's fighting to prove why he's the higher rated player today. He's completely leveled the score, refusing to be pushed around after that early deficit. This feels like the perfect setup for a tactical battle of nerves. He is just on fire right now, taking a commanding grip on the match with 3 straight wins. It's starting to look like the expected result today. Omnic reacts quickly to clear the wine, bringing the series back to a deadlock. A huge mental win for the lower ranked man in this battle. Lancer is simply too sharp right now, keeping the pressure on and staying remarkably composed. Omnic shows a great read there, taking the win from the wine to bring us right back to a tie. Both of these players are having a marathon of a day. Unbelievable. He clings to life with a mere 13 health to secure this intense exchange. Pure adrenaline in that final exchange. He's really digging in his heels now, securing another round to push the lead to 11-9. A huge swing in control for the favorite. Lancer is absolutely surging now, moving within a single round of victory. Lancer is truly starting to look like the superior player. What a fight! He barely survives a brutal trade to keep his hopes alive. A huge relief for him to finally stop that slide. What a way to close it out! Lancer finishes the job with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He really clawed his way back from that early deficit to get a massive win today. Omnic fought hard but just couldn't stop that late charge. What a fight! Zef is entering this duel with a heavy historical advantage, leading the head-to-head 51-31. It means he's typically a nightmare for Lancer to deal with. We have to see if he can lean on that confidence to claw back from this early deficit. Lancer is absolutely dominating right now with a 2-round lead. The lower-rated player is putting on a clinic early. Lancer is simply refusing to let up, extending his run to 3 straight. That early advantage for the favorite is completely gone. He manages to pick Zef right off the ramp to keep this rolling. Everything is shifting in Lancer's direction after that last win against Omnic. He's simply too fast, securing the 5th straight from the ramp. The higher rated player is really feeling the pressure here. Finally, a response from Zef, who earns his first point of the map from the ramp. It's worth noting Zeth has the better track record here on this map. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange, barely hanging on with a sliver of health. Zeth has managed 20 wins today in his last 24 hours. That's quite a productive run for him. He is generally the stronger player according to our rating, so he really needs to find a way to stop Lancer from extending this lead. Lancer is cruising with a commanding 7-3 lead. Zeth is having a tough time since that Omnic series. The gap is widening, and Lancer looks completely comfortable holding this lead. A brutal sequence for the favorite to weather. Lancer takes a big 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he's converting his edge perfectly and looking like the favorite we expected. Zeth will need to shake off those close calls to stay in this. Zeth needs to wake up now. Lancer is just relentless, pushing the lead to 9-4. Lancer is certainly playing like he doesn't care about the rank difference. Lancer is just running away with it at 10-4. He is clearly ignoring the rank gap today. He just deletes Zeth in a blink, keeping his current momentum surging. He's essentially outplayed Zeth in every single exchange so far. Pure perfection from Lancer as he secures another round and puts himself on match point. Zeth answers back with a sharp exchange to keep the dream alive. A critical stand to keep the deficit from reaching double digits. He's not folding under the pressure, taking another one to stay in the fight. He's finally starting to put up some resistance. Absolute precision. He's now strung together 3 straight to keep this match going. What a finish! Lancer shuts the door completely to secure the victory. The head-to-head record is basically irrelevant right now because Lancer's just too on fire this afternoon. Omnic looked sharp coming out of the window to take that first round. Omnic is just too fast right now, taking control of the map from the ramp. He has definitely held the upper hand in their most recent clashes. Omnic is absolutely owning this opening, securing another perfect round to go up 3-0. Zeth refuses to go down easy, answering back with a perfectly timed shot. A critical shift for the favorite to get his footing. Omnic makes a quick move on Zeth from the ramp, putting a lot of pressure on the match leader. Zeth has dominated the all-time head-to-head rivalry, but that's not translating today. The momentum has shifted since their last encounter. It'll be tough for Zeth to reverse this trend given how comfortable Omnic looks right now. Zeth is starting to chip away at that deficit with another effortless win. The slight favorite is finally starting to put his skill on display. He just shuts him down from the wine box, keeping this streak alive. Everything is leaning back toward that initial projection for the favorite. Omnic comes through that cautious exchange without taking any damage. A tough run for Zeth, who's coming off a couple of tough losses today. Zeth manages to close the gap further as the first half winds down. The pressure is mounting on Omnic to close out the lead. We're locked in at 6-all. Honestly, this is exactly how I saw this opening playing out. Both guys are trading blows here, so it's a complete toss-up heading into the second half. Time to switch it up. Omnic edges ahead by one, taking a slim lead. That's a solid bit of form for a player currently ranked 31st. Omnic is just refusing to give an inch, utilizing that ramp position to secure another fast victory. That's exactly how things went in their last meeting as well. Zeth fights his way back into the driver's seat from the ramp, showing some real grit. Exactly the kind of response he needed to keep the pace. Omnic is currently riding a wave with a 60% win rate over his last 10 matches. Well, you can tell that recent confidence is paying off in this specific pairing. He's proving that he can consistently dismantle Zed's defense today. He claims another one from the toolbox, showing some serious heart to stay in this fight. He's fighting hard to prove that pre-match projection, right? Omnic gets the better of him from the ramp, extending his lead to 2. Both players are really feeling the weight of their long histories together. He's digging in deep and refusing to let this game slide away. He's proving why he's ranked higher on the ladder. Omnic is really starting to tighten the noose on this one, putting Zeth on the defensive. A complete shutdown of the favorite, putting Omnic just a single round away from victory. Zeth keeps the dream alive, knocking him out of the window with a precise burst. Zeth finally found an answer to that window spot. What a way to finish! Omnic takes the final round completely unscathed to close out the match. He really puts the nail in the coffin here. Zeth had plenty of chances, but the momentum just stayed on the other side today. What a grind! Lancer holds a significant edge in their head-to-head history, leading their rivalry with a 57-44 record. It's interesting because he's already coming off a win against Omnic in their most recent clash. He'll need to find that same composure early on here. Omnic is now dominating with a slim 2-1 lead. Omnic is playing extremely sharp today with a 1917 record. Lancer is putting a lot of pressure on now, really making this a stalemate after that last exchange. He's definitely leaning into that favorite status right now. Omnic grabs a narrow lead as we hit 3-2. He's playing slightly above his usual ladder standing today. Omnic is really running away with it at 4-2. The lower seeded player is definitely putting on a clinic here. Lancer is refusing to let the gap grow, keeping this series incredibly close. His total match volume is staggering with over 8,000 games played. Lancer has clawed back to a dead heat at 4-4. He's looking much more comfortable after that strong 13-7 result against Zeth. Lancer is absolutely on fire right now, claiming his third straight round to take a narrow lead. A quick reaction from Omnic to bring the score level. His experience shows with those thousands of career matches played. Unreal. Lancer survives an absolute slugfest to take a 1-round lead heading into the break. A massive relief to keep the lead intact before they switch sides. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it's basically playing out exactly how we predicted. Omnic is keeping it close, but the favorite is firmly in the driver's seat right now. Let's see if Omnic adjusts here. What a chaotic scramble. Omnic scrapes through that exchange with just a shred of health left. Lancer's higher win rate on this map is certainly starting to be tested. And just like that, Omnic forces a complete reset. Omnic is really proving that his higher seed is no fluke. He completely shuts the door on Lancer's momentum, taking his third straight win without losing a single point of health. A real test of grit for the number 32 ranked player. A total shutdown, he's simply not letting up on this 4-round tear. A real tough spot for Lancer after that run of losses. Lancer manages to snap that run, keeping the score tight at 8-9. The momentum is shifting back toward the favorite. Lancer locks it back up at 9-9. He is really fighting to pull ahead on the ladder. Omnic pushes ahead by a single round now. His 60% recent form is definitely giving him an edge here. The pace of this match is just incredible. Neither player is giving the other any room to breathe. Absolute deadlock in this series. Lancer is really feeling the pressure now, and Omnic is capitalizing on every single mistake. He's showing exactly why he holds that higher spot on our rating. Omnic secures the edge after a frantic exchange, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. A very high stakes moment for the underdog to pull this off. Lancer digs deep here to keep his hopes alive, thwarting that attempt to close things out. The pressure is ramping up as we head into the final stretch. And there it is, Omnic shuts it down completely to secure the victory. Lancer fought until the very end, but he just couldn't stop the bleeding after that big run. He really put up a fight. What a match! What a scramble! Both players poured everything into that trade, but Zeth just barely claws out the victory. Zeth has the clear advantage in their head-to-head history with 51 wins. It's a huge lead, but Lancer is currently riding a wave of confidence after their previous encounter. We'll see if that momentum outweighs the overall trend here. Lancer is struggling to keep up as Zeth holds a commanding 3-1 lead. The lower ranked player is definitely finding his footing here. Lancer is tightening his grip on this set. That was an incredibly quick transition to a deadlock. Hard to ignore those recent results between them. Zed's extending the gap, pushing the score to 4-2. He's really shaking off that loss to Omnic. Unreal. He manages to survive that absolute war of attrition with a sliver of health left. He's definitely making up for that loss to Omnic. Lancer digs deep to secure a round from the box and refuses to back down. Lancer is definitely playing his role as the underdog to perfection. Goodness, he almost didn't make it. Zeth claws back the advantage in a heart-stopping exchange. Absolute insanity to walk away from a situation like that. Zeth is currently looking very composed in this set, particularly with his 1916 record over the last day. It is interesting because he's actually coming off a rough patch of 3 straight losses in his other matches. He seems to have found his composure against Lancer, though. Zeth goes into the break with a 7-5 lead, and honestly, it's surprising to see the underdog controlling the pace like this. Lancer has the statistical advantage on dunes, but he's just not finding an answer for Zeth's aim right now. Let's see if Lancer wakes up. A lightning-fast response from Lancer, who refuses to let his opponent pull away. It looks like the pressure is starting to shift toward the favorite. Zeth was way too quick there, knocking Lancer right off the box to regain control. He's really fighting to put that recent 13-7 loss behind him. What an absolute scrap! Zeth somehow survives that chaos with almost nothing left in the tank. Total luck on that one, but he's the one walking away. Zeth is simply too fast, erasing his opponent in the blink of an eye to keep the streak alive. He is simply untouchable right now, strolling to a huge 5-round lead. Lancer's historical map edge is completely disappearing here. Lancer manages to secure a point here, cutting the momentum and bringing the score to 11-7. Zeth puts a clean shot through Lancer on the box, putting himself just one step away from victory. The higher seed is just completely in control. And there it is. He seals the deal right now to close out the series. Lancer really put up a fight in the first half, but he just couldn't handle that level of raw speed. Zeth holds the overall lead in their head-to-head history with 332 total wins. It's interesting because Omnic has clearly shifted the momentum in their most recent encounters. We'll see if those historical numbers actually matter in this set. Omnic's really putting the pressure on up 2-1. That was an incredibly sharp response by him. Omnic is starting to separate himself here, comfortably building a lead early on. He's really riding a wave of form lately. Both of them were fighting for space on the ramp, but Omnic managed to come out on top. That's a tough spot to be in for the pre-match favorite. The momentum shift is complete. He's just completely taken over the server. What a scramble. Zeth barely walks away from that fight with a sliver of health. He's definitely fighting to close that gap between their overall rankings. Omnic has been in incredible form lately, boasting a 70% win rate over his last 10 matches. So yeah, we're seeing that recent surge translate into a really strong start today. It'll be a struggle for Zeth to find an answer if this pace continues. Omnic is just dominating here, leading a commanding 7-3. He'll be happy with that result after that tight loss on fast aim. Zeth is really fighting an uphill battle now, just desperately needing to get a few rounds back before the halftime break. Omnic takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break, and honestly, this is a shocking start for Zeth. He had the map advantage coming in, but he's just getting outplayed in every trade right now. Time for a complete reset. Unbelievable. He almost went down, but managed to scrape through a chaotic exchange to put the round on his side. Still, it's the 30th ranked guy showing some grit now. Omnic is staring down a huge 9-5 lead. The ladder practically shows them as equals with that tiny rating gap. A tough trade for Zeth, who just couldn't get the edge on that ramp exchange. Omnic seems completely unfazed by a slower start to the day. The speed of these exchanges is wild. Omnic is barely giving Zeth any time to react today. Unreal. Omnic survives a total slugfest with almost nothing left, putting him just one step from victory. Zeth manages to secure this one and shuts down the attempt from the ramp. Zeth needed to put a stop to that slide. Omnic shuts it all down from the ramp to secure the match. A bit of a statement win there, especially considering he's usually on the other end of these matchups. What a scramble. Omnic barely clings to life to take the opening round. Lancer holds a 57-45 historical edge over Omnic. It's surprising to see him struggle for a foothold so early given that lead. We're seeing a complete reversal of the long-term trend here. Lancer quickly cleans up on the container, shutting down Omnic's early momentum. Omnic is clearly bringing a lot of confidence after those 3 straight wins. Unbelievable. He barely survives a total firefight to climb to a 3-round lead. Coming off a very hot run of form these last few games. Omnic is just too fast right now, putting an end to Lancer's attempt to hold the ramp. He's playing like a man on a mission after that 13-6 victory over Zeth. Lancer is showing some grit, putting up a fight to chip away at the deficit. Lancer is finally starting to look like the favorite the odds predicted. Omnic is running wild with the commanding 5-2 lead. That's a really impressive run of form for the lower rated side. Omnic has stayed remarkably consistent throughout today with a 2017 record. That kind of stability is exactly why he looks so comfortable despite his lower historical win rate. He's firmly in control of the pace here. Omnic is still firmly in the driver's seat at 6-3. He's trying to move past that close defeat from their last head-to-head. Omnic is just relentless, stretching the gap to 7-3. A rough outing for the 34 ranked man today. These two are trading rounds back and forth now, making this a much tighter fight than we expected. He's looking to flip the script after those recent losses. Omnic takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. Well, it's a shock to see the underdog just owning the map like this. Lancer is definitely struggling to handle that 3-game win streak Omnic brought into today. Lancer needs a fresh start here. Lancer's finally fighting back, trailing 5-8 now. Lancer is finally capitalizing on his map's specific advantage. Omnic keeps the pressure on, now leading 9-5. He's entering this stretch on a serious tear lately. What a chaotic exchange. Lancer scrapes through that gunfight with a tiny sliver of health remaining. What a nail biter, just barely coming out on top. Absolute mayhem. Omnic barely survives a brutal shootout to move within 3 rounds of victory. The higher seeded player is really feeling the pressure here. Lancer hangs in there, trailing 10-7. He's definitely not letting that last encounter haunt him tonight. Omnic is just an absolute wall right now, making every single encounter look effortless. He looks completely unshakable after that recent clash on map. These two are really splitting the rounds now, and Lancer is starting to claw his way back into the game. Another clean win from the ramp as he continues this spirited push back into the game. A heavy blow for Lancer, and now he's just one mistake away from losing the series. Lancer really needs to dig deep to avoid a disappointing exit. Lancer refuses to go quietly, securing another round to keep his hopes alive. Squeezing out every possible chance to stay in this. Lancer is on fire right now, proving he still has a path to victory. Lancer is really shaking off those early struggles. Lancer just forced the draw, knocking him off the ramp to bring this whole series to a deadlock. The pressure really is mounting for the guy coming in lower ranked. Omnic strikes back quickly, knocking him right off the ramp to reclaim the lead. The lower ranked man is showing exactly why he's climbing the ladder. Lancer has completely erased the deficit to bring us to a dead heat at 13-13. Absolutely chaotic scenes as we head into overtime. Lancer is simply refusing to break, cruising to a 14-13 lead with another flawless duel. He is playing with so much composure right now. What a statement! He's now just one round away from sealing the deal. The momentum has completely shifted in this overtime stretch. Boom! An absolute powerhouse performance by Lancer to secure the victory and complete the incredible rally. Coming back from that far behind in overtime takes some serious nerves. It's a massive relief for him to finally break through. What a fight! Zeth really has a strong grip on this head-to-head history with 52 wins over Lancer, and honestly that psychological edge seems to be carrying over into today. Lancer usually has the advantage on this specific map, but he's going to need to shake off that early loss to stay in the game. Lancer takes a commanding 2-1 lead right now. A complete role reversal from the favorite's perspective. A real deadlock we have here. Neither one of them is letting the other build any momentum early on. It's a tight scramble for both, but the higher seed is holding firm. Zeth claws back ahead with a slim 3-2 lead. He's putting that recent 13-7 victory on the line here. What an absolute shutdown! He's simply too fast for him right now. His ranking is a bit lower, but he's playing comfortably. He's just untouchable right now, racking up his 4th straight win. The rating gap here is small, but he's simply more precise today. He's just not letting up, moving a full 5 rounds ahead now. Lancer is having a tough run after those losses to Omnic and Zeth. Lancer manages to trade back around and keep the game within reach. Zeth has the edge in the overall numbers, but the tide is turning. Zeth is sitting on a 19-16 record over the last day, and that hot streak is clearly giving him a lot of confidence in these opening exchanges. He needs a few more rounds to put this completely out of reach. Zeth is just cruising now, sitting comfortably at 8-3. It's a total contrast from that 13-7 result they had on Dunes. Zeth takes a massive 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, he is just tearing through this match. He's playing way above his seed right now and putting Lancer in a deep hole. Lancer needs a total reset here. Zeth is just relentless, pushing the lead to 10-3. He's definitely making his 1356 rating feel very low right now. Zeth is just absolutely steamrolling through this set. It's getting very difficult for Lancer to find any opening. Zeth is proving he's fully picked today. A quick reflex play from Lancer to keep things interesting. Lancer is fighting a steep uphill battle here. Lancer is finally starting to put up some resistance, putting a couple of rounds together now. Still leaning on his map experience to close the distance. He just completely outclassed him there. Zeth is now 1 round away from victory. He's playing with an immense amount of poise right now. Unreal. Zeth digs deep to survive that brawl and secure the final victory. He just looked completely out of his depth today, and that historic head-to-head dominance is only growing. Zeth typically holds the advantage in this rivalry with 332 total wins over Omnic, but the momentum has shifted recently. Considering Omnic just dominated their previous meeting, it feels like he's found a way to counter Zeth's style today. What a scramble. Zeth barely survives that exchange from the Tetris to push his lead. His reactions are just slightly faster right now. Omnic had an answer ready for that ramp play. We're back to a dead heat. Both players are remarkably close in our rating right now. Zeth holds a slim edge with a 3-2 lead. Both of these guys are essentially tied on the ladder. Unbelievable. Zeth claws back from the brink to secure that win from the box. He's playing on a razor's edge right now. Zeth is simply on fire, taking control from the box to extend his lead. Omnic has certainly looked stronger in their recent outings. He manages to hold the Tetris again, putting himself in total control of the match. Omnic has been feeling a lot more confident than this in his last few games. He's just too fast today, moving into a dominant 5-round tear. The match is becoming a very one-sided affair. He's completely outclassing his opponent right now, picking up another clean round to stretch the lead. Omnic easily takes him off the box to break a long stretch of losses. Zeth goes into the break with a huge 9-3 advantage. I mean, we expected the toss-up here, but Zeth has completely taken over. He's capitalizing on that 53% historical head-to-head edge to put himself in a great spot. Time for Omnic to wake up. Zeth has really capitalized on his 2016 form from the last day, and it looks like he's shaking off that tough loss he suffered against Omnic earlier this evening. Now it's just a matter of if he can close the door from here. Zeth is just absolutely towering over him right now, making a very comfortable play from the Tetris. Omnic really needs to find a response after that, a strong showing against Lancer. He's nearly there. Zeth puts on a show to stand on the verge of victory. Omnic is really struggling to find the stability he showed in his other matches today. Omnic finally puts up a fight with a clean stop, delaying the inevitable for one more round. A tough spot to be in for Zeth after such a fast start. What a chaotic scramble. He barely walks away from that carnage with a few points of health. He's really squeezing the most out of these last few efforts. Boom. Zeth seals the deal from heaven to close out the series. A total shutdown from the get-go. Zeth just looked completely untouchable in that series. Omni gets a quick start here, picking Lancer right off the ramp for the opening round. Lancer quickly levels things up, catching Omnic right there on the ramp. He's certainly looking for a repeat of that 16-13 victory from earlier. We'll take a quick timeout here, but stay tuned for more fast aim action coming right up. And we are back on fast aim with Lancer and Omnic locked in a 1-all deadlock. Lancer manages to trade up and take control of the scoreboard early on. Omnic is definitely feeling the heat after a tough day so far. He's on fire now, taking the lead with an effortless third straight victory. He's clearly feeling the weight of that earlier head-to-head defeat. Lancer controls the pace from the ramp to pull way ahead in this set. The higher rated man is really struggling to find an answer right now. He's just completely taking over this match with 5 straight wins. The head-to-head lead is really starting to show here. What a scramble! Omnic barely hangs on by a thread to break that run. That was an incredibly tight exchange from the window. Both players were fighting for the same spot on the ramp, but Lancer just had the faster reaction. Omnic is sitting on a decent 18-19 record over the last day. It's a solid foundation to build on while he tries to chip away at this lead. If he can keep these quick responses coming, he might actually overturn the historical trend here. Lancer is just dominating a 7-3 lead. Lancer is certainly playing like the favored man today. Lancer is really making a statement, securing another win while holding that ramp position. Omnic has had a grueling run of games lately. Lancer holds a commanding 9-3 lead. I mean, he's completely fulfilling his role as the favorite here. He's just too sharp on the entries for Omnic to keep up. Omnic needs a total reset here. Lancer just hit double digits with a massive 10-3 lead. The higher rated player is certainly struggling to find an answer. Lancer is just not giving him any room to breathe, claiming another one from the ramp. That higher ranking isn't translating into any results today. A relentless push from that ramp, and now Lancer is just one step away from closing this out. He is certainly making the most of that skill gap today. What a conclusion. Lancer closes it out with a perfect finale to take the victory. Lancer just looked far too comfortable out there, showing exactly why he's had the edge in this rivalry lately. Zeth enters this one with a dominant 53-32 head-to-head lead over Lancer. It's a surprising contrast to the current scoreline given how comfortably he's handled this opponent in the past. Let's see if he can reclaim that psychological advantage. Zeth holds the edge right now, leading 2-1. He looks as sharp as he did in that 13-5 victory earlier. Absolute precision. He's completely taken over this server with 3 straight rounds. Lancer's higher win rate on this map isn't helping him at all. That was an absolute slugfest, but Zeth emerges on top to extend his run to 4. Everything about this set confirms the pre-match predictions. He just picks his opponent clean off the box to push the lead to 5-1. He's looking like the clear favorite we expected. Lancer finally gets around on the board to keep this competitive. The underdog is showing some genuine teeth here. Lancer puts up a strong fight here, picking his opponent off the box for another win. The confidence is swinging back toward him now. Lancer continues this impressive surge, controlling from the box to keep the pressure high. Lancer is looking incredibly comfortable right now. Zeth manages to hold that slide, taking the round and extending his lead to 6-4. Unbelievable. He clutched out that chaotic exchange with almost no health left to keep this game close. Lancer just barely scraped through that one. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. Well, Zeth isn't letting his underdog status slow him down today. He's holding his own against a player who historically owns this map. Time to see who blinks first. Zeth pulls ahead once more to make it 7-6. Zeth seems to be in an incredible flow tonight. Lancer is putting on a clinic, knocking his opponent off the box to lock this series at 7-7. A total reset as we head back into a deadlock. He's showing a lot of heart, digging in to take his second straight round. He's quickly erasing any doubt about who holds the lead. Zeth answers back perfectly to bring us level at 8 apiece. Zeth claws back in front with a 9-8 lead. His recent victory against Omnic really set a high bar for the day. He secures another one from the box, continuing this fierce momentum. He's staying dogged, delivering a clean hit to keep this match very much alive. This is exactly why he was considered the long shot today. Zeth manages to clear him out from the box and is now just 2 rounds away from wrapping this up. He's really capitalized on those recent performances today. A lightning fast reaction there, and Zeth is now just a single round away from victory. Lancer proves he's not going down without a fight, putting a stop to that momentum with a sharp read. Refusing to let the match slide away just like that. What an ending! He barely keeps his head above water to secure the series victory. He really dug deep to close that out and secure his second straight victory of the day. Lancer fought him every step of the way. He had to work for that. Zef enters this one holding a slight lead with 333 total wins over Omnic. Well, he's looking very comfortable here after already taking a game off his opponent in their most recent encounter. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can actually shake this streak. A really quick trade on that ramp, and Zeth is simply out-reacting him right now. Zeth is really carrying that momentum from his recent victory over Lancer. Zeth is putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. Omnic is fighting through a tough run after those recent losses. Omnic claws back to keep things dead even.
Both of these guys have a really busy day already.
He's simply on fire right now, taking complete control with 3 straight rounds. He cleans that up from the ramp, and the turnaround is complete. His recent form was shaky coming into this, but he's found his gear. Zeth handles things from the ramp to close the gap. He is definitely the more confident competitor in the rankings today. Unreal, Omnic barely survives that absolute war, dragging himself away from the ramp with a sliver of health. Omnic holds a slender 1-round edge as we reset. He's certainly leaning into that better win rate throughout their history. What a fight! Zev barely escapes that clash from the boxes to bring the score level.
He's looking really steady today across his last few matches.
Absolutely effortless. Zeth stays untouchable to extend his run to 3 straight. Zeth holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, both players have shown a lot of grit here with matching 4-round streaks. It's a very balanced fight so far, and this should be a toss-up for the second half. Time to see if Omnic rebounds. Zeth is sitting on a strong 3-game winning streak right now. It's making it very difficult for Omnic to find a way back into this match. He's simply too locked in at the moment. Zeth's pulling away now with a commanding 9-5 lead.
The gap in their all-time win rates is starting to show.
He finds another clean angle from the ramp to keep the momentum swinging his way.
Zeth is putting that 28 ranking on full display right now.
Omnic picks him off the ramp to put a stop to that run. A bit of a gamble for the underdog here. Omnic is really starting to mount a challenge here, taking control of the ramp to close that gap further.
He's certainly proving himself capable of staying in the hunt.
Zeth just needs a tiny bit more consistency to put this game away.
The pressure is definitely weighing on him after that rough morning.
Omnic is refusing to go down quietly, keeping this match far more competitive than the ranking suggested. Zeth secures this one from the ramp, and is now just a single round away from victory. Omnic manages to dig himself out of a hole and keep this series alive.
A very tight exchange for that round.
What an absolute scrap. He manages to edge out the victory with almost nothing left in the tank. A phenomenal read by Omnic to keep this game alive. Absolute chaos in this finale. Zeth survives a brutal exchange by the skin of his teeth to close out the series. Omnic really pushed him to the limit there, but Zeth just manages to keep his cool. He had to work for that. Lancer enters this series holding a comfortable head-to-head lead of 59-45. That historic edge seems to be weighing on Omnic, who has been struggling in his most recent outings, and it will be tough to turn things around if he can't find some early stability here. Both players took damage, but Lancer finishes him off for a complete shutout start. He's coming off a tough 10-13 loss to Zeth. Omnic answers back instantly, showing some real grit with a spotless finish. He really needed to get back on the board quickly. Lancer is firmly in control with a 4-1 cushion. Lancer is really making the most of his favoritism here. He's refusing to go away, keeping the pressure on and narrowing the gap to 2. He's proving a lot more resilient than some predicted going into this. Lancer's win rate on this specific map sits at 43%, and it's helpful to remember that's significantly higher than what Omnic has managed here. He's clearly using that familiarity to keep this lead out of reach. Lancer stays strong, pushing a commanding 6-3 lead. The higher rated player is fighting to stay competitive. Omnic just can't seem to string these together, and we're starting to see a real gap open up here. Both of these competitors have had a very long day already. Lancer is cruising now with a 7-4 edge. He's certainly putting in a lot of work today, racking up 18 wins already. Lancer heads into the break with a 7-5 lead, and that's exactly the scenario we expected to see. Honestly, he's just doing a better job of closing out the rounds than Omnic is right now. Fresh start for both players now. Lancer just widened the gap to 8-5. It's been a rough afternoon for Omnic so far. Lancer is dominating the pace at 9-5 now. He's really having a tough time finding any momentum after that match against Zeth. Omnic manages to find the angle and take Lancer down from the ramp. A solid response from the higher rated player on the ladder. Lancer is simply untouchable, extending his lead to 10-6. He's certainly looking more composed than he did in that set against Zeth. Omnic cuts it to 10-7, refusing to fold. It's a battle of two players currently hovering around the 50% mark today. He digs in deep to keep this run going, which really slows the momentum on the other side. It's definitely a tighter clash than the seeding suggested. Lancer is really putting his foot on the gas here, moving just a few steps away from the finish line. Slightly outclassed in the rankings, but he's clearly the one in control. Lancer shuts the door on that little rally and puts himself on the verge of victory. A tough mountain to climb for the underdog now. What a finish! Lancer walks away with a clean final kill to seal the series. A bit of a rough patch for Omnic, but Lancer just looks too consistent whenever they face off. Lancer starts things off strong by holding that high ground on the wine. Zeth generally takes the lead in their history with a 63% win rate. But he's certainly not seeing that success right now. It'll be interesting to see if he can pivot and regain his composure. Another clean shot from Lancer, plucking Zeth right off the wine. A bit of a turnaround after their last encounter. Zeth reacts faster this time, getting a clean shot away. Lancer usually holds the advantage on this map. Lancer is absolutely dominating the pace, leading 5-1. The favorite is definitely feeling the pressure right now. Lancer just can't be stopped, pushing his lead to 6-1. He's looking much sharper than in that earlier 13-10 loss. Absolute perfection from Lancer, who just keeps steamrolling through this opening stretch. Things look completely different than their last meeting of Dunes. Lancer is simply refusing to let up, securing his 4th straight victory. Zeth finally finds his footing and puts an end to that run. He's definitely putting that higher ladder ranking to use. Zeth has a strong historical record in this pairing, having won over 60% of their total games together. But he spent the majority of this map trailing behind. I wonder if this sudden momentum shift is finally starting to bridge that gap. Lancer takes a heavy 9-3 lead into the break, and honestly he's just controlling everything. This opening half played out exactly how we expected for the favorite on this map. Zeth claws back around, now trailing 9-4. Looking a lot like that 13-10 result from earlier today. Zeth keeps fighting, narrowing it down to 5-9. He's really leveraging a strong overall record in this series. Lancer just needed one big stand to kill that mini streak Zeth was building up. Lancer is effectively shutting down the higher ranked man today. Lancer is sitting pretty with a 10-6 lead. His recent form has been impressive, coming off a 4-game win streak. Zeth strikes back and cuts the gap to 7-10. His recent form has looked a lot tighter lately. Lancer is just barely keeping his head above water here, refusing to let that momentum shift fully. He's definitely put in those 8,000 career games to good use today. Zeth is really putting up a fight now, proving he can trade blows with Lancer in this closing stretch. That was a complete shutdown, putting Lancer a single step away from victory. Total control from Lancer in those closing seconds. Unbelievable. Zeth barely closed this one out, scraping by with a tiny sliver of health left. Absolute nail-biter of a round, Zeth just barely pulls that off. He just won't quit, managing to outlast his opponent in a desperate trade of shots. The nerves are definitely getting to Lancer now. What a fight! He survives the carnage to keep this rally going. He is just refusing to let the match slip away. Absolute madness. He forces the tie and sends this match straight into overtime. The pressure is on his shoulders to finally close this out. Lancer shuts everything down with a lightning-fast shot to take the lead. Zeth's stronger rating on the ladder hasn't been the deciding factor today. Hectic exchange here, Zeth somehow survives the chaos to keep this deadlock alive. Just a sliver of health kept him in this series. This is becoming a real toss-up. Both players are trading blows as we head into the final stretch. Lancer answers right back, putting himself in the driver's seat once again. He's showing way too much composure in these high-pressure moments. Lancer secures the final kill to close out the series. He really stepped up to overcome that head-to-head deficit in a total slugfest. Zeth put him through the ringer. What a fight! Zeth holds a commanding lead in their head-to-head history with 334 wins, and honestly, he is usually the one who comes out on top in these pairings. The early lead for Omnic is definitely a surprise given how often these two have faced off. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep this momentum moving. Omnic is showing some really sharp reactions here, shutting Zeth down even with the height advantage on the ramp. Omnic is just out-timing him right now, taking out the target from the box in record time. Zeth looks a bit more comfortable now, managing to trade back and hold that ramp area. Zeth is looking for another win since their last clash. Omnic is really cruising with a 4-2 cushion. He's playing much more aggressively than he did in their previous match. Zeth claws back, now trailing by just a single point. Omnic is fighting through a tough day after some heavy losses. Zeth holds a higher ranking on the ladder relative to Omnic, but he is really struggling to make that superiority felt right now. It's a complete reversal of their historical trends and the pressure is definitely shifting. We need to see Zeth tighten up if he wants to recover. Zeth is really starting to find his footing, capitalizing on that Tetris position to bring things level. Zeth secures another huge round from the Tetris, putting the pressure back on Omnic. He's definitely playing like the higher seeded player right now. Zeth enters the break with a 7-5 lead. And honestly, this is exactly how you'd expect the map stats to play out. He simply looks more consistent with the rifle right now. We'll see if Omnic can flip the script. Zeth is really rolling now, extending it to 8-5. The gap in their ratings is starting to tell. Zeth is absolutely dominating, pushing it to 9-5. It's been a tough afternoon for him so far. He's completely taken over this match, extending his lead to double digits. That's the second time today he's put his opponent in a deep hole. Omnic manages to carve out a response, shaking off the pressure for a moment. He's been fighting an uphill battle all day with a fairly neutral record. Zeth is really putting on the pressure here. Just a few more rounds and he closes this out. His consistency has been shaky lately with that 18-17 record. The pace is picking up significantly. These last few exchanges have been over in a flash. Zeth comes through on that exchange and moves just one more win away from the victory. The skill ceiling really shows when the match reaches this stage. Omnic keeps things alive with a clean shot to clear the ramp. He's refusing to go down without a fight. Absolutely electric final shot from Zeth to wrap everything up and secure the victory. He really solidified that head-to-head advantage today. Omnic put up a fight, but that's just another win for the books. Lancer historically controls this matchup with a 60% win rate over his opponent. But he's already looking shaky after dropping that first round. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can actually turn the tide here. Omnic is just dominating, putting Lancer down 2 straight. It's a sudden reversal from that 13-8 result we saw earlier. Lancer secures that one from the ramp, quickly evening things up slightly. Lancer is definitely looking to reclaim his usual dominance here. Dead heat now. Lancer and Omnic are tied up. A tough stretch for the opposing side, currently sitting on a long loss streak. He's just not letting up now, strolling to a 3rd straight win. He's really capitalizing on a tough day for his opponent. Omnic responds immediately with a clean fight to bring the series level. He's really fighting through a brutal run of results today. Lancer edges ahead, taking a slim lead overall. He's definitely proving why he holds the historical advantage in this rivalry. Unbelievable. He manages to claw out the victory and comes away with a tiny sliver of health. Both of these guys have been grinding all day. Lancer shuts him down from the ramp, taking complete control of the series now. The consistency is just mirroring their last set on orange. He is simply on another level right now, making it 4 straight. A rough day for the rank 33 players so far. Omnic finds the opening shot to put a stop to that run. He's been fighting through a really tough stretch of losses lately. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the switch. The favorite is putting up exactly the performance we expected to see today. He's definitely playing the part of the superior player right now. Omnic needs a spark now. What a scramble! He almost lets it slip away, but manages to scrape through with a tiny bit of health. The nerves are definitely starting to set in for both players. Omnic is fighting a really tough uphill battle after a 6-loss streak in his last 10 outings. Well, he's finally showing a bit more resistance. It'll be interesting to see if he can push this deeper into the late game. Lancer is pulling away now, leading 10-6. He's definitely refusing to let this game slip away easily. Lancer is really tightening his grip on this series, putting some serious distance between himself and the opposition. Both of these players are trading blows lately, making it hard to tell who has the upper hand right now. Lancer is still fighting through a tough day overall with that 17-18 record. Omnic has all the momentum right now, putting together another strong sequence of rounds. A surprising shift in form for the man who's mostly dominated today. Lancer secures a key point from the ramp, putting him just 1 round away from victory. The momentum has shifted back to the higher seed. Absolute perfection for the final strike. Lancer secures the map with a flawless finish. He's really continuing that momentum from their previous set today, showing exactly why he owns this head-to-head rivalry. Zeth looks sharp out of the gate, claiming that early advantage from the ramp. Zeth has traditionally been the dominant force here, controlling over 60% of their head-to-head encounters. It's a strong historical foundation to build on, but he'll need to keep this pace to avoid the ups. Unbelievable. He almost loses the lead, but manages to scrap through with a tiny sliver of health. Lancer had such a huge run coming into this pair. Absolutely terrifying. He's just not letting up, putting up a perfect 5-0 start. Lancer cleans up the exchange, knocking Zeth off the ramp. He's fighting a tough battle against a high-volume veteran here. What a scramble. He barely walks away from that exchange with a handful of health left. Lancer has a massive volume of experience with over 8,000 matches. Zeth has been absolutely dominant in this specific match, having won 7 of the first 8 rounds. Honestly, it's a stark contrast to their previous encounter, where Lancer managed to secure a victory. Lancer is going to need to find an answer quickly if he ever wants to claw back into this. Zeth is just cruising with a healthy 7-3 lead. It's an interesting look for the favorite, who really wants a response. Lancer shuts him down from the ramp, keeping the momentum swinging in his favor. Zeth takes a big 8-4 lead into the break. Well, the underdog is putting on a show here. He's completely flipped the script against the favorite for this half. Time for a total reset. Zeth is firmly in control with a 9-4 stranglehold. This is a much smoother run than his recent match against Lancer. A fierce battle on the ramp, and Lancer comes out on top this time. The rank 31 player is finally starting to put up a fight. Lancer is really finding his footing now, and that was another clean look from the ramp. That's a solid defensive effort from Lancer, who's now on a run of 3 straight wins. Zeth is starting to look very vulnerable right now. He manages to break the momentum and put another point on the board. He's staying remarkably composed despite the pressure. Lancer is showing real grit here, managing to drop Zeth right off the ramp. Lancer is really proving why he's a threat, despite the odds. Lancer holds the high ground on the ramp again, refusing to let Zeth pull away. He is definitely not playing like the underdog right now. What a recovery! He simply clears Zeth out of the window to tie this game up. Neither player has a single edge left heading into the final stretch. He's just relentless right now, claiming his 4th straight point from the ramp. He's completely shifted the energy of this set. Zeth answers back with a crisp headshot to keep things level. His performance today matches the overall consistency of the top 20. He's absolutely locked in, and now just one more point seals the deal. The favorite is finally closing in on the finish line. And that's it! Zeth puts the final nail in the coffin to close out the series. Lancer really pushed him to the absolute limit, but he just couldn't close out those final few moments. Truly a hard-fought win. Welcome to Redline. Zeth and Omnic are facing off today, with Zeth entering the match as the slight favorite. Omnic really capitalized on that ramp advantage to take the opening round. A quick response from the lower seeded player early on. Zeth has clearly been the more consistent force in this matchup, holding a lead of 335 total rounds won in their history. It's no surprise that the momentum is shifting in his favor after a dominant win in their previous encounter earlier today. I wonder if Omnic can find any answers for that aggressive style. Omnic is really making himself comfortable up on that ramp, putting Zeth in a tough spot. It's a surprising shift from his rough patch in the other matches today. Omnic pulls off a clean play, dropping Zeth right off the ramp to keep the streak alive. He's really shaking off that low 30% lead before. Absolute control from Omnic, who just outdueled Zeth to secure a 5th round. He's just not letting up, extending that run to 5 straight. He's really turning the tables after that tight defeat on Blame map. Zeth finally puts a stop to that run with a sharp counter shot. Zeth is currently putting together a strong rally, capitalizing on his higher overall rating in this matchup. It's showing in the way he's controlling the server right now. The pressure is definitely shifting onto Omnic as he tries to protect that early lead. Both of them were fighting for that high ground, but Zeth managed to outpeak him. A strong showing today for Zeth, who's currently 2016 overall. Omnic holds a commanding 8-4 lead. I mean, this is a huge surprise given that he entered today on a 7-game losing streak. Zeth has a lot of ground to make up after that slow start. Time for the flip. Omnic is just cruising along with a 9-4 cushion. His ranking is lower on the ladder, but he's clearly the one in charge. Omnic is just relentless, pushing his lead to 10-4. He's keeping the pressure high with a fast kill. That was a perfect shot. He's completely shifted the momentum back to his side. The higher rating hasn't mattered a bit today. Omnic shuts down that rally and puts himself 1 round away from the win. Pure chaos for the higher seeded player right now. Zeth manages to survive the onslaught and keeps the dream alive for another round. He certainly has the raw skill to drag this back. What a finish! Omnic shuts the door on the final round to take home the victory. He just completely shrugged off those historical numbers to walk away with a decisive win here. Lancer leads their head-to-head total 61 to 45 and is usually the one coming out on top in these matchups. I mean, it'll be interesting to see if he can lean on that history to recover from this early deficit. Omnic is really finding his rhythm, leading 2-1. It's a tight battle between two players near the bottom of the ladder. Omnic is really putting the pressure on now, taking control of this set with a 3-round lead. Omnic keeps rolling, holding a slim 3-2 advantage. Hard to shake that 13-8 victory they shared recently. Omnic's firmly in the driver's seat at 4-2. He's really fighting the odds today as the underdog. Lancer has really tightened up his reaction time. That was a lightning fast sequence. Omnic is currently putting up a real fight despite a lower total win rate of 35%. It's a huge swing from his usually struggling form. He's proving that the gap between these two is almost non-existent right now. And we are all squared up at 5 apiece. Neither of them has really found their footing today. That was an incredibly quick exchange. Both of these players are operating on a hair trigger today. We're headed into the break with a dead heat at 6 each. I mean, Lancer is comfortably holding his own here. He's definitely the stronger player on paper, and we're seeing that translate into a very steady performance. Time to see who blinks first. Lancer is really starting to pull ahead here, especially with that high ground advantage. That was an incredibly sharp peak from the top. Lancer's really steaming ahead now, extending that lead to 8-6. Everything seems to be falling into place for him today. Omnic shuts that down instantly from the box, and now we're looking at a 1-round difference again. Omnic claws back for an 8-8 stalemate. That's a massive swing in momentum for him. He's just too strong right now, claiming another quick victory to keep this streak alive. He is absolutely on fire right now, securing a flawless 4th straight. He's completely flipped the script on the expected outcome. He's just not letting up, knocking the competition off the box to take a 5th straight. Lancer is really struggling to stay composed against this onslaught. Finally, Lancer digs deep to hold that slide and keep himself in the game. The high seed is finally starting to wake up. Lancer continues his climb back into this match, putting a huge dent in Omnic's momentum. And just like that, he's leveled the playing field, tying this setup at 11-all. He's finally playing like the favorite we expected. What a snap reaction to take the lead. Omnic is now just 1 point away from victory. Unbelievable! Omnic closes out the series with a final burst to secure the map. Lancer just couldn't find an answer to that level of consistency today. He'll be gutted to let this one slip. What a battle! Zeth has a commanding lead in their history together, winning 62% of their previous meetings. It's a huge psychological advantage that gives him a lot of confidence coming into this series. Now we just have to see if Lancer can find a way to reverse that trend. Lancer is hanging in there, trailing Zeth 2-1. Lancer usually has a slight edge in this head-to-head. Lancer has completely flipped the script here, turning a deficit into a tie in no time. The higher rated player is definitely feeling the pressure. Zeth pulls ahead once more, putting Lancer on the back foot. He's playing the role of the favorite perfectly so far. Deadlocked at 3-all. We're back to a stalemate. Both of them have been fighting tough battles against Omnic recently. Lancer is picking up speed and starting to really push the pace in this set. A tough spot for Zeth after that rough outing against Omnic. Lancer fights back to make it 4 apiece. His performance has been strong throughout this series. Zeth regains a narrow edge, leading 5-4. He is certainly playing with a lot of confidence today. He takes control from the ramp to keep his momentum rolling. It's a complete reversal of those pre-match expectations. Pure chaos in that one, but he still comes out on top. Zeth goes into the break with a solid 8-4 lead. He's completely outperforming the pre-match expectations. That 5-round run really put him in the driver's seat for the second half. Lancer needs a huge response here. Lancer is generally the favorite in these matchups. It's an interesting dynamic because Zeth has been the one dominating their direct history. Now we see if Lancer can actually put the pressure back on Zeth after that quick round. Zeth is just running away with this, up 10-5. He's definitely proving that he belongs in the upper half of the ladder today. He's looking completely unstoppable right now, picking up another flawless victory. Lancer hasn't had much luck in his recent outings today. A quick response here to put a dent in that momentum. Zeth bounces right back, and he's now just a single round away from victory. He's just playing the part of the favorite to a T. Unreal, what a desperate scramble. But Zeth survives by a thread to close out the series. He just looked far too comfortable on orange today. Lancer tried his best, but the gap in form was just too wide. Zeth has clearly been the superior player in their lifetime head-to-head with over 300 wins. It makes sense that he's carrying that confidence into this particular map where he's statistically stronger. He just needs to keep the pressure high to maintain this early control. Zeth is firing on all cylinders with a 2-1 lead. The favorite is comfortably settling into his pace here. The momentum has shifted back, and suddenly we're right back where we started with things totally deadlocked. Omnic is really starting to pile these on, and Zeth just can't seem to find an answer right now. He's proving those recent losses to Lancer were just a warm-up. He's simply not letting up, extending that string to 3 straight. That 13-5 result from their last meeting is weighing heavy right now. Zeth answers back and cleans that up to stay within striking distance. He's looking a lot more like that top-ranked player we expected. Perfectly poised, Zeth and Omnic are locked at 4 apiece. He's really capitalizing on his overall edge in their rivalry today. He's completely taken over the server now, securing his 3rd straight victory. A complete reversal from that blowout defeat on Redline. He's completely unstoppable right now, putting together a formidable run to pull ahead. Things look quite different than that first clash they had today. He outmaneuvered his opponent from the boxes, extending his lead to 7-4 before the break. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it's a very close battle though. He's definitely proving why he's the more consistent player in this rivalry. We'll see if Omnic can close the gap in the second half. Fresh start for both. An incredibly fast reaction to put Zeth down and keep this comeback moving. He's fighting through the nerves of being the underdog here. Omnic effortlessly tracks Zeth off the ramp to bring this series all the way back to a deadlock. He's completely shifted the tide, taking the lead with a massive surge of momentum. This is an unexpected turn for the pre-match favorite. Zeth puts a stop to that run, bringing the tally back to a dead heat. Still a tight fight despite the gaps in their rankings. Zeth claws back the advantage, leading 9-8. That recent 13-6 result against Lancer looks like it's paying dividends. Omnic refuses to buckle, bringing this series back to an even split. It's a complete toss-up now, regardless of the initial expectations. He's showing serious grit, refusing to let the lead slip away now. A total shutdown of the opposition, and the comeback keeps rolling on for Omnic. The momentum has completely flipped since this set began. Zeth manages to claw back around, narrowing the gap to 1. Just a small difference in the ladder rankings separating these two. What a high impact sequence for Omnic to put himself just 1 round away from victory. What a reaction! Zeth keeps his hopes alive by shutting that down instantly. Absolutely nail-biting, we are headed for overtime after that exchange. The skill gap between these two is practically non-existent tonight. Absolute precision to put Omnic in the driver's seat once again. The underdog is making a strong case for himself this afternoon. He keeps his foot on the gas, extending the lead to 14-12. He's really making the most of this second half. Just a sliver more for Omnic, who is now staring at the finish line. The higher seed is fighting an uphill battle now. Unbelievable. Omnic closes the door with a lightning-fast shot to secure the victory. He really dug deep for that one, especially since he's usually the one dominating this pair. To pull this off in overtime is just an incredible result. What a fight! Lancer has historically dominated this pair with a 57% success rate over their entire history. And it seems he is aiming to reclaim some ground after losing their most recent encounter. I wonder if he can turn the tide early. We're all squared up now as Lancer and Omnic reset. A very promising run of form for the underdog right now. Lancer pulls ahead, taking a narrow 2-1 lead. Omnic enters this with a lot of confidence after that recent 3-game run. Unbelievable. Lancer barely clings to life, clutching a win after an absolute slugfest. He's certainly ignoring that recent loss on Dunes. Lancer is looking strong as he moves to 3-2. The battle for momentum continues as both are tied at 18-18 today. Lancer is really cruising now, leading things 4-2. Just a few slots of difference in our rating. Lancer has really found a way to capitalize on this specific layout, boasting a 46% win rate here. And that edge is clearly manifesting as he builds a comfortable buffer. He's definitely in control of the tempo right now. Lancer's just run away now, extending that lead to 6-3. The higher rated player is fighting an uphill battle here. Lancer looks a bit shaken after that exchange. Omnic is stubbornly refusing to go away, clawing back another round to keep things tight. The pressure is really mounting for the favorite now. Lancer holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. Well, things are playing out exactly as expected. Lancer's overall experience is showing, but he's had to work for every single one of these rounds. A sharp response from Omnic, who is showing a lot of grit to narrow this gap. He really needs to lock this down and reclaim control. Lancer stabilizes the ship, pushing his lead back to 8-6. Lancer is showing a bit more resolve than in his other recent games. What a fight! Omnic barely escapes that scramble with his life, showing incredible heart to stay in this match. That was a chaotic sequence to secure the round. Lancer keeps the pressure on, moving to 9-7. He is playing with a much more aggressive mindset than we saw in his previous game against Zeth. A completely untethered shot from Omnic to bring him within one. He's showing some real tenacity here. Lancer answers back, holding a 2-round cushion at 10-8. The gap in their ratings is practically negligible right now. Lancer is really speeding up now, making quick work of these last few exchanges. Omnic secures another one from the boost, refusing to let the lead slip further. The underdog is fighting hard to keep this series alive. Omnic is simply refusing to break, taking a completely clean round to keep the deficit minimal. The momentum is swinging wildly toward the challenger. Lancer manages to recover his composure and secures this exchange, putting him just one round away from victory. He's truly capitalizing on his status as the top-seeded player here. Lancer survives the damage and secures the final kill to close out the series. Omnic really pushed him to the limit this time, but he just couldn't close it out. A huge effort to keep that series so tight. What a fight! Zeth starts things off strong by holding that ramp position for the opening point. Lancer manages to outduel him right there on the ramp to bring things back to a deadlock. Hard to forget that dominating 13-6 victory Zeth took over him earlier today. Unreal. That was a total firefight and Lancer barely walks away from that one. Lancer is definitely trying to flip the script on that head-to-head deficit. We are all squared up as they enter round 5. Zeth definitely has the historical edge in this pairing. Zeth holds a slim lead now, clinging to a 3-2 advantage. The favorite is certainly making his presence felt. Lancer plays it safe on the ramp and comes away with the round, keeping things deadlocked. Lancer is really fighting to close that gap in the standings. Zeth pulls ahead again, taking a tight 4-3 lead. He's keeping a tight grip on the overall match lead. Lancer strikes back, bringing the total to a deadlock. He's fighting against some tough historical odds in this one. Lancer just takes control of the momentum here, catching Zeth right as he tried to hold the ramp. His recent run of form has definitely shifted today. These two are trading blows back and forth, refusing to let the other get any real distance. Lancer has historically played this one well, despite the overall deficit. Zeth is starting to build some serious momentum, playing perfectly from the Tetris to extend his lead. His overall career win rate sits slightly higher at 46%. We've got a total stalemate at 6-6. Zeth is fighting back just as we expected, given his strong head-to-head record against Lancer. It'll be interesting to see if he can push a lead in the second half. Fresh start for both. Lancer takes the lead, moving ahead 7-6. Lancer is really capitalizing on the 48% map advantage he's held over time. Lancer is riding a high with a 3-round win streak. Well, it's a complete reversal of the pre-match expectations. Zeth was expected to control this one, but now he's the one struggling to find an answer. Zeth manages to hold his ground on the ramp, finally snapping that streak for Lancer. That was an incredibly fast exchange. What a scrap! Lancer barely survives the exchange to pull Zeth off the ramp. Lancer is showing a lot of resilience after that near miss. Lancer is putting on a clinic right now, cleaning up from the ramp to put himself in a commanding position. Lancer keeps the pressure high, extending the gap to a 4-round advantage. Zeth's overall rank provides no safety net in this current slide. Goodness, he barely survived that. Zeth clings to life with a tiny sliver of health left. He's really refusing to let the match slip away. Zeth isn't backing down, securing another win to keep the pressure on. A little more breathing room now for the favorite. Lancer claws back into the lead, putting himself in a prime spot to end this right now. A rapid exchange that puts him in total control now. Unbelievable! Lancer shuts the door right here to secure the victory. He really stepped up when it mattered most to finally get some revenge after that blowout earlier. Just an incredible turnaround. What a fight.